day off because they had a 3-game sweep getting into that day. But they face a team in the Rays. They've had a sweep of their own. They, too, have won 3 in a row. In a series that's been all about pitching so far, it'll probably be that way tonight. Jake Arrieta's on the mound against Jeremy Hellickson. It's the Orioles on Massett as the long homestand continues. When it continues is another question, because it is raining right now here at Camden Yards, and the opener of this 3-game set, the Rays and the Orioles, is going to be delayed. We do not have a start time as this rain just started coming down, and a little thunder and lightning are included. Hi, everybody. I'm Gary Thorne, and welcome. The Orioles with a day off yesterday. Hope to make it 4 wins in a row, starting with this first game against Tampa Bay. Ironically, for these two teams, both coming in with 3-game win streaks, it is the first time in their histories that they have faced one another, having each won 3 or more games. That's what this one looks like tonight. Great pitching from Tampa Bay. The Orioles' offense has come around. Arrieta and Hellickson looks like it'll be a great matchup. Before we get to any more in the game tonight, the story about Buster Posey and the broken leg and the catchers and what they should be doing at the plate on throws from the outfield. Buck Showalter has finally chimed in on that, his thoughts. First, let's take a look at what you do and what you don't do if you're a catcher. Matt Wieters, the knee should be pointing down that third base line if you're in the right position. That way you've protected your leg. When you don't, this is what it looks like. Miguel Olivo hit him, and Wieters was very lucky that he was not injured. Buck Showalter said that stuff's got to be taken care of before the game.
If you got to talk about it after it happens, you haven't done your work. You know, if you fundamentally follow the way that you're supposed to do things like that, you shouldn't get hurt. And which is obviously get your knee directly down the third base line. And where guys get in trouble is when they don't do that. I guarantee you 90% of those injuries come from a ball from right field or right center field. And if you follow the fundamental part of it, you know, you don't put yourself in a precarious position. You know, sometimes Matt's, I don't want to say machoism, but I will, that, you know, he wants to keep everybody from coming across that plate. And, you know, for years it was back when I played, you know how those things go. It was a big manhood thing that you're going to block the plate regardless. You know, personally, I don't mind them saying you can't block the plate without the ball. I think you're going to see, if you go back and look at it, the more injuries happen to the runner than they do the catcher.
Jim Palmer, what do you think?
Well, I think what Buck is trying to tell us is, number one, Matt Wieters may be your best position player. He may end up being one of the best catchers, if not the best catcher in baseball, so we don't want to get him hurt. You know, it's funny, Jason Varitek, who's been playing forever, said you're really taught to catch the ball very much like Matt did the last couple of years, where you catch it and then you do a swipe tag, then you avoid contact. But I think the one thing, and we have seen Matt made tremendous strides this year because of John Russell, who's the Orioles, well, he was the third base coach because of the knee. Maybe he didn't have that leg directly down the third baseline. But anyway, he's now the bench coach, so he's going to, they'll work on this. And I think a lot of times, you know, good judgment is maybe a better side of valor, because, again, you know, I just talked to Rick Dempsey about how Bo Jackson kind of put him in the second row. You think it's the right thing to do, but at the end of the day, you want your catcher, especially a guy like Matt Wieters on this team, to be as healthy as he can be. So avoid contact when you can, but then there are times when, and, you know, you don't want the run to score, and the runner wants it just as much as you do, that you're going to have those potential types of injuries, which could have, you know, Leave as a catcher. That's what's so great about that picture, Gary, is that he didn't really want to hit him, but he put himself in a position that very much like Buster Posey could have certainly got hurt up in Seattle. Yeah,
I think anytime, Matt, if he wants to know why, you make sure that knee's aimed towards third. Just go back and look at that video and see how close you were to having a serious injury. You know, there aren't a lot of 7-game winners out there right now. In fact, there are only 9. We are fortunate tonight, Jim, the 2 of them are going to go.
Well, you know, they both can pitch. I mean, Hellickson, I mean, he's got 15 major league starts. Rick Dempsey talked about the postseason. He has only given up more than 3 runs one time. That was early this year. So he's just on one of those rolls. Pitcher of the month, 4-1 in May. Jake Arrieta, you know, obviously, you know, he's one of those guys, Gary, that says, well, I want to be more aggressive with my fastball, and I honestly think because he's still young, maybe not young because he's 25, but young as far as experience, he gets out of his windup. So wanting to be aggressive, wanting to throw first pitch strikes, and then your windup not allowing you to do it, I think there are two little different thoughts there. So we're probably going to see a guy, they're going to have, 7 left-handers in their lineup, actually 6 because they made a roster change. It's going to be a good pitching matchup, and, if you're an odds maker, you're going with Hellickson because he's pitching better. But Arrieta, these guys are so much alike. You never know what they're thinking. They look like gunslingers out there because you don't, or at least you're not supposed to wear your emotions on your sleeves. These guys do a great job of it.
All right. As we said, it is raining. We do not have an official start time for the game yet, and it is pouring at the moment as this thunderstorm goes by. We'll come back here in just a minute and update you as we await the start of Game 1, the Rays and the Orioles. Just started to warm up as the call was made before the rain came that it was going to come. It's here. We've got a rain delay. We'll check in about 25 minutes with you and be ready to go for Game 1. rain has stopped. We are ready to get it going. Let's take a look at our Trane game time temperature. Dropped 5 degrees after the storm to 81. Very little breeze here. Humidity at 71%. Visit Trane.com for an independent Trane comfort specialist dealer near you. It's hard to stop at Trane. Here's the starting lineup for Joe Madden's Tampa Bay Rays. Brought to you by Southwest Airlines. It'll be Damon, Zobrist, Longoria, Kochman, Upton, Jaso, Fold, Ruggiano, and Brignac. And the career numbers for Longoria against the Orioles.
And our scouting report on the 25-year-old right-hander, Jake Arrieta. No free lunches. Again, you can pitch it against Hellickson. You can't have really a bad inning the way he's been pitching, especially against the Orioles, especially against anybody. Road Rays, much better on the road. 19 and 13. They average 5 runs a game. And then walk the talk. He's been talking about trying to establish his fastball, bring that pitch count down, which is what the third highest in the American League at 17.8. Well, again, you just got to feel it. You got to do it. You got to be in charge of that windup, be in control of it. And again, there's nothing, as Matt Wieters told us, probably the best stuff on the staff, just having sometimes trouble commanding it.
It's kind of fun watching the two starters warm up. They could not be more divergent. Jeremy Hellickson is going to go tonight against Jake Arrieta. Arrieta starts way down in the right field corner and has his catcher by the bullpen door in center. Plays long toss for quite a while and then slowly will move in towards the catcher, and then when he gets about 60 feet away goes to the bullpen. Hellickson starts about 60 feet away with his catcher and then walks backwards till he gets all the way towards shortstop. So it's exactly the opposite. Why?
Well, because it's working for both of them. They both have 7 games. Now Hellickson with a lower ERA. You know, it's so interesting, and this is how the game has evolved. I never, ever played catch except on the pitching rope.
Really?
Yeah, I don't remember anybody going out. You might stand around during batting practice, but never ever did that. And
never went out in the outfield. And now about everybody does it.
Oh, they do. They get in the routine, and they're just trying to get their arms stretched out. Maybe that's why they only throw 110 pitches.
Yeah. So they did it entirely differently. All right, we're ready to go after the rain delay. Here's Johnny Damon, and we are underway. Damon is the designated hitter for the Rays. Both the Rays and the Orioles have a 3-game win streak coming in. The Orioles lead in the season series 5-4. And Damon will take the pitch outside for a ball, and it goes to 2-0. One of the things he's trying to do is get this pitch count down that Jim was talking about. Get those first strikes in. Get ahead of the hitters. 2-0 delivery. Damon will take it, and it's a strike on the outside corner.
Or somewhere close. That's all that matters. Of course, Johnny Damon has reached some way in 34 consecutive games. He said, I'm tricking him. I said, boy, you're done that for a while.
Pretty good career tricking people. That's a lot of talent is what that's all about. Johnny Damon moved up into that leadoff spot. One more double to tie Al Kaline and Bill Buckner for 54th on the all-time doubles list as he continues to move up in a number of categories. Here's the 3-1 delivery to him, and it's outside, and he walked it. So a leadoff walk to start it. Pitching coach Mark Connor on tonight's starter, Jake Arrieta.
If he locates his fastball, he should be able to pitch the first 3 innings with probably not throwing more than 2 or 3 off-speed pitches. You see good pitchers all the time go out there and, establish their fastball, throw it on both sides of the plate, throw it up, throw it down, and get through the lineup one time before you have to all of a sudden throw all 3 or 4 pitches in the first inning and show everybody exactly what you have. And, and again, we're talking about a kid who's got, 25 starts in the big leagues, and it's a learning process. And as much as a pitching coach, you think you can really teach these things to a degree, you can put it in their head, but until they experience it out on a big league mound, that's where the learning really comes in for them, is the experience factor.
And a 1-0 count on Ben Zobrist. So there goes Johnny Damon. It's a straight steal. Wieters on the money, and he's out of there. And what a play by Hardy. Hardy had to catch the short hop and put the tag on, and he did.
Yeah, the only way he can catch this ball is to come out in front of the bag. So again, a pretty good jump, but a throw that's going to bounce, and it bounces right into the glove of JJ. He's trying to figure out, where can I catch this ball? There's a quick release. And again, he gets him right up on that left elbow.
Johnny Damon caught for the 3rd time. He has 7 stolen bases, and Wieters throwing him out at 42%. Continues to lead the American League in that department, but got some real help on that one from J.J. Hardy. That's a nice play, and that takes that leadoff batter off. Zobrist, 2-1 delivery to him, foul back. Zobrist, the switch hitter, one of the many left-handers, 6 of them in this lineup tonight. That'll go against Jake Arrieta. He's hitting .234 right-handed, .268 from this side of the plate, and 7 of his 9 home runs have been hit left-handed. He has not had a hit against Arrieta, 0 for 4. 2-2 delivery to him, and that'll be fouled out.
Yeah, to amplify what Mark Connor, the Oriole pitching coach, said, and Mike Flanagan used to always tell me stories about this when he was a pitching coach here, middle 90s. He said, you know, guys would say, okay, fastball outside corner, they'd throw one, they miss with a couple, they go other side of the plate. Well, I mean, I found, and I think Flanny would testify to this, boy, the only way you work on your fastball command is really work on it. And the other pitches become secondary until you master what Mark Connor talked about.
That'll go to Andino at second base. Zobrist is retired.
So let's take a look behind the defense. We already saw Wieters. He throws out Johnny Damon, P.A. Jones, Markakis. Very fleet outfield here in Baltimore. Reynolds, Hardy, Andino, and Scott. Brian Roberts still on the DL with a concussion, and then Matt Wieters doing the catching.
Trying to get through these first 2 innings for Arrieta. In fact, the first 3 have been a problem. You see the duo that got that first out. Arrieta's given up 5 first-inning runs, 10 second-inning runs, and 10 third-inning runs. So if you want to know why the pitch count ends up getting so high, part of it is the fact that he's in these first 3 innings of a ball game, it takes a lot of pitches for him to get out of the inning.
And he's also, because of run support, been able to pitch longer in the game because of that run support.
Evan Longoria, and he will take the pitch for a strike. The Orioles do draw at least 1 break in the ball game tonight, probably. Matt Joyce, who has led the league much of the season in hitting, is not playing. Flu bug has gone around this Tampa Bay club. They hoped they were getting rid of it. Joyce was supposed to be in the lineup, but was scratched at the last minute. Good off-speed pitch to Longoria.
Yeah, back-to-back curveballs in the second one, just as good. You can see the perspiration on Jake Arrieta. That's why you usually ask for another rosin bag in the dugout to really just kind of towel off your arm with the rosin.
1-2 delivery, and he got him. So with a little help from his defense, Arrieta faces only 3 in the first inning. A look at the lineup for the Orioles when we come back. Surrendering, and now we'll try and get some of their own. Let's take a look at the starting lineup brought to you by Southwest Airlines. Hardy, Markakis, and Jones, Guerrero, Wieters, and Scott, Reynolds, P.A., and Andino. Matt Wieters against Tampa Bay, the best numbers on the year for the Orioles.
And let's take our scouting report on Jeremy Hellickson, rookie year, in the hunt for rookie pitcher of the year. Michael Pineda, Zach Britton, a couple of guys certainly giving him competition. Owns the Orioles 3-0. He's beat him twice this year already. And then I'll tell you what, we're always taught never to show your emotions, never wear them on your sleeve. This guy seems to be unflappable. Even in that game where he walked 5 in 5 innings, shut out the Orioles here earlier in the year, where it seemed like everything was crashing down, you would never have known that he was struggling whatsoever.
Jeremy Hellickson has faced the Orioles more than any other opponent. It is his 4th career start and his 5th appearance. He had one in relief. 3-0 record, a magnificent 1.25 ERA against the Orioles, and a 2.05 batting average by the Orioles against him. So 2 7-game winners coming into this ball game tonight. John Lester is the only 8-game winner in the American League, so one of these two trying to join him. Here's J.J. Hardy back in the leadoff spot where he had that leadoff home run during this homestand in his first ever appearance as a leadoff batter. He's got a 3-game hit streak. And he will take the Hellickson pitch inside for a ball. Playing some great D in the last 7 games, some big-time offense with the 3 home runs and a .417 average. Grand slam against Tampa Bay. In the game, he had a 2 for 5. 1-0 pitch to him, and he'll put that one in the air to left center field. You got to be kidding. Back of the warning track. Goodbye, home run! I told you it was Ricky Henderson. In his 2nd career start as a leadoff batter, he hits another home run, his first time up.
Well, how would you characterize the scouting report? First ball, high fastball hitter. He said before the game, he said, I thought I was going to get out of this 1-for-1 doing this. Well, now he's 2 for 2. Ball 1, strike 1. Orioles lead it by 1.
That's amazing. J.J. Hardy, who, if the truth be known, would rather not be a leadoff batter. Well, keeps doing that. That's what he's going to be.
I think he might have changed his mind a little bit.
Oh, my. Home run number 6. And the Orioles have a 1-0 lead. And here is Nick Markakis.
Hellickson has not thrown more than 1 home run in any of his games. So that certainly enhances the odds of that maybe changing tonight. And again, that matches the 1 run he's given up in all his starts against the Orioles.
Nick Markakis will take it for a strike. Nick in the number 2 hole. 3 for 5 home run double on the 15th against Tampa Bay. He has not had an extra base hit though since. Some 87 at bats without an extra base hit for Nick since then. Here's the 1-1 delivery, and Hellickson comes down and in. Hellickson has given up only 6 home runs this year. 3 to the right side and 3 to the left. And the Orioles get to him early here to get the 1-0 lead. All of a sudden, the Orioles, the team that could not score runs in the first inning during this homestand, have turned that around. Here's the 1-2 delivery by Hellickson. Off-speed pitch will be hit in the air to center. Back is Upton, and he's got it, and Markakis is retired.
Now take a look at the Rays. They come in the second best defense. Fold Upton and Ruggiano over in right field because of the flu-like symptoms with Matt Joyce. Longoria won a Gold Glove. Brignac, Zobrist, Casey Kochman, one of the really smooth fielding first basemen, and then John Jaso doing the catching. Ball is carrying, though. Carried all week with the warm weather. Certainly makes a difference.
And here is Adam Jones. Adam, the hottest of the hot. Since he got through April, it's been all big numbers. Bunting for a base hit over Hellickson's head. Hellickson's throw is not in time. Not quite the way he intended to go with it, but he's got a single.
Yeah, a little unconventional, I would say. Just to remind, see, he's coming down the slope of the mound. You have to go back up. Very agile-like, but again, Adams got too good a speed, so you're figuring it's going to be on the ground. You can see him trying to retreat. Makes a nice play. Just not in time. In fact, a great play, just all for naught.
So that will be hit number 2 in the inning. And here is Vladimir Guerrero. Vladdy's got a 6-game hit streak coming in. He's been flirting with that 300 average during this homestand. Reached it, dropped back below it a little. 289 coming into the ball game. Jones at first base has also been running a little bit. Hellickson gets it in. Guerrero fouls it right straight back.
Yeah, pretty good swing there. Well, again, you have to change something up. He had come into this game with 14 innings, had yet to give up a run. 3-0 lifetime with an 0.45 ERA. So bunch your way on, hit some home runs if you can. Of course, Hardy did what he does so well. And you could see right there Vlad trying to air it out on the first pitch.
Adam Jones 5 for 5 in stealing bases. John Jaso, the catcher, has thrown out only 16% of base stealers. And base stealers a 3 for 4 against Hellickson. Came back down and in on him, and a 2-strike count. And Vladdy behind here 0-2. Buck Showalter nailed it. This was not for publication around the batting cage before the game, but Buck said, "You watch Hardy. I got my money on Hardy." He said to me, I said, "Why?" He said, "Because I put him in the leadoff spot, and he really doesn't want to hit there, so my money's on Hardy tonight. You watch it." What does he do? It's a home run, his first at bat. 0-2 count. Jones not going anywhere. Vladdy will take it down low. Jaso with a good stop.
So let me get this straight. This is a new novel managerial style.
Yeah.
Put play players where they don't want to play.
Right.
And they'll do well.
They do well.
It works for me.
I think it's just a challenge that Buck views that as Hardy's the kind of player that if you challenge him, like most,
Yeah, well, but he is hot. I mean,
hot.
And you want your guy up there, the high on base percentage, getting up more time. So he has a chance tonight to get the most at bats.
He didn't have any great numbers against Hellickson. I mean, the Orioles lineup, they don't have that many at bats.
Yeah,
it's like 1 for 5. Jones has drawn the attention over there, and that time was almost leaning. See, in this homestand, they've outscored opponents now 5-2 in the first inning. Remember, they had a stretch of 9 games coming into the homestand where they had not scored a first inning run. And a lot longer than that if you go back further. Swung out and missed. Got him to chase one away. Hellickson will get the second out.
And that's one of those Arrieta breaking balls. He doesn't have the slider, even though it's kind of between a curveball and a slider. He's got a great changeup throw in any count. Ball starts just enough on the outside corner and against the first one that Vlad saw, so he swings through it.
So on at first base, Jones for Wieters. Matt Wieters, as we showed you, has put the big numbers up against this team. Our pitch track sponsored by Papa John's. Order online at papajohns.com. Better ingredients, better pizza. Papa John's.
Ooh,
Jones just back in. Adams thinking about it.
And again, the lean and bang, bang, because it's a perfect throw and nice tag, sweeping tag by Kochman.
Wieters hitting .346 against this Tampa Bay team. 2 down, runner not going, and a big cut on the Hellickson pitch that was up and in, and a 1-strike count. Orioles get the 1-0 lead on Hardy's home run, now trying to add to it. Orioles are 4-2 in this homestand. Hardy getting home run number 6. 4-game hit streak for him on 1 swing of the bat. Jump throw over, and now Hellickson's earnestly trying to pick him off.
Well, you hope it's a distraction. That's what speed does. I mean, not only the ability to turn a single or a bunt base hit into a double by stealing second.
0-1 count. Jones not going. Wieters will take the pitch away. 1-1.
And again, if you could get it into a pitch, even though with normally a 24-year-old right-hander with only 15 major league starts, when you get into the hitters counts, you can pretty much look for a fastball, but that is just the opposite with this kid. He will throw that change up, curveball in any count. Doesn't matter. That's what makes him so special.
24-year-old working on Jones over there at first base. In his starts against the Orioles this year, and they were back-to-back starts, here at Camden Yards, he gave up no runs on 3 hits in 5 innings. And then in the next start he made in Tampa, he gave up no runs on 4 hits in 9 innings. 1 ball, 1 strike count. Wieters reaching, will foul that one back, and the count will go to 1-2.
Now, you'd like to get a count where you can drive one up the gap. B.J. Upton and Sam Fuld play about as shallow as you're ever going to see anybody play in this ballpark. And again, they just came from the West Coast, played the Mariners, and then the Angels swept them, but they play shallow. So with the ball carrying, sometimes you're just not going to get to the ball in the gap. Maybe that extra step or two. We've seen Adam Jones do that over the years, the last couple of years. And he's a Gold Glover.
Hellickson working here with a 1 ball, 2 strike count. Rays, by the way, in sweeping the Angels, first time ever that they'd done that on the West Coast in their club history. And again back, and again Jones here with 2 down, really drawing a lot of attention from the right-hander. Those are all tosses that take the focus from the plate. Adam has not shortened up his lead, nor has he extended it, right where he's started this. Long hold, runner not going. Wieters will take the pitch inside, and that's going to go to 2-2. Matt with no home runs, 4 RBIs to go along with that .346 batting average he has against the Rays this year. The Orioles and Rays have played real tough pitching matchups. These teams have not done a lot of hitting against the other. There's Joe Madden on the left with Hickey as pitching coach. And Wieters will tap that one foul and hold the count at 2-2. These teams against one another. Tampa Bay has hit only .224 against the Orioles. They have averaged just 3.1 runs a ball game. It's been all pitching. The Orioles have hit only .288 against Tampa Bay and have averaged 3.9 runs. And the ERA has not been that great a difference. So these two tonight, Arrieta and Hellickson, 2 7-game winners, you would expect, just based on them, but even further on how these teams have played, that this would be a pitching defensive game. We'll see. Here's the 2-2 delivery. Wieters again fights it off. Good battle here. 17 pitches thrown by Hellickson.
Yeah, that's the strange thing about Tampa Bay this year. They're of course they got off to that slow start, but they're so much better on the road. You know, in 19 and 13, they score more runs. They pitch a little better at home, but their offense is about 3 runs a game down in Tampa or St. Petersburg, wherever, at the Trop,
where they are now.
Yeah.
2 ball, 2 strike count on Wieters. Jones still over there at first base. Hellickson, a long look. Wieters reaching, will get a short. Brignac's got it. He'll make the play over to first base to get the out. But the Orioles are on the board. J.J. Hardy leading the ball game off. Second time in his career he's been a leadoff hitter, and both times in his first at bat he hit the long one. 1-0 Orioles. Fewest double plays grounded into. Seattle at 29. The Rays with 38, second fewest. Then Tigers, Royals, and Indians. Call today for the Luna Double and get your second room of flooring free. Call 877-241-LUNA. Game delayed by rain. We are going to the second inning. Casey Kochman playing at first base, then Upton and John Jaso. Arrieta will get the pitch into him for a strike. Kochman has had a 1 for 3, or 2 for 8 rather, off Arrieta, and 1 home run.
Yeah, it brings a nice little abilities at a number of levels, I guess, for Tampa Bay because of his glove, his ability this year. I mean, he's hit 13 base hits to left field. He doesn't have the power that Matt Joyce has, but both of these guys have used the whole field a lot better than they have in years past, and the batting average show that.
1-1 to short. Hardy is there. Luke Scott's getting the start at first. Kochman is retired. The Maryland Lottery's double play contestant of the game, Karen Cahall from Goldsboro. For every double play the Orioles turn during our game, Karen, you're going to win $1,000 from the Maryland Lottery. You too can turn double plays into cash. See how you can do that and win prizes. Go to mdlottery.com/double play. Derek Lee on the bereavement list. His grandfather passed away this past week, so he is not going to be here for any of these weekend games against Tampa Bay. Brandon Snyder has been called up from the minors for the weekend, the first baseman. And a strike taken by Upton.
So there's what Mark Connors talked about, 3 straight fastballs, all for strikes here in the second. 16 pitch first inning for Jake Arrieta.
And that is in there for a strike as well, and it goes to 0-2 on Upton. Upton against the O's, 375 this year, a homer and 8 RBIs. Oof. Not so well against everybody else in the league, though, hitting .228. And he'll foul it back.
Well, when he came up 4 years ago, you know, 300, ability to hit home runs, 24 of them, steal bases, terrific center fielder. Walked a lot, on base percentage, and he's never been able to replicate those numbers. Every once in a while you see glimpses of it. You know, sometimes bat looks slow, sometimes it, boy, really tricks you. You can hit him very quickly out of any ballpark.
He's got power. 0-2 delivery to Upton, and that's going to be put in the air to shallow center. And Dino, the second baseman, Hardy, the shortstop. Hardy wants it, and Hardy will put it away. It's one of the things that's happened to the Rays this year. They are a ball club that use their on-base percentage a good deal to their advantage. It has gone down, and a primary reason for Joe Maddon's team, it's the walks. They have the second fewest walks now in the American League, down 30% from the walks that they picked up last year.
Well, one of them, of course, Carlos Pena, could walk with the best of them. And he could also strike out 150 to 170 times, hit some home runs, and like Kochman, a Gold Glove caliber first baseman, but they lose his power and on base percentage.
We're having to do a little more to find a way to get some runs. John Jaso, 1 strike count on him. The catcher, 1 for 16 against the Orioles this year. Arrieta's pitch to him to left field. PA was fairly shallow. He's got to go back into the corner, and he's got it. So Arrieta comes back and throws a 1-2-3 inning. We'll go to the bottom of the second. Scott Reynolds and PA do up for the O's. Being taken care of there by the skipper, and then Mark Connor takes a walk. He rarely talks to starters, and he's really not doing it here, but he knows Jake likes to talk between innings.
Well, that, and I think you know what he talked about earlier on about you know, trusting your stuff. And again, you know, now they're talking about a little bit about mechanics, and one of the big problems, and we've seen it crop up, not all the time, but he doesn't walk that many guys. It's just that his pitches, his pitch count gets a little bit higher. It goes 3-1, 3-2, gets out over that front foot and actually recoils, comes back towards the pitching rubber when what you try to do for all pitchers, get over that front side. So, again, I think Mark just saying, that a boy. Hey, a lot of fastballs, only one breaking ball last inning, 3 quick outs.
Luke Scott will lead it off here against Hellickson. He is 2 for 9 off the 24-year-old right-hander. Hellickson retires 76% of the leadoff batters he faces, a very high number. And the pitch will hit the dirt and be taken for a ball. Luke Scott trying to get some at-bats in here with all the left-handers the Orioles have faced, and he's not playing against left-handers. He's had only 11 at-bats so far in June, 2 for 11. One of those hits a home run. 1-0 delivery to him off speed, and that's going to miss outside. 2-0.
So let's see. Now, normally if you're 24 and you get 15 starts, this is a dead red fastball situation. The book on Luke Scott, don't throw him fastballs. Not when he's healthy. Got the cortisone shot in that right arm the other night, so it feels a little bit better. We talked about that today.
2-0 delivery.
Whoa.
Showed Bud he was taking all the way.
Wait a minute. Why?
3-0. Taking on a 2-0.
I guess he just wants to make it a little more even.
I guess so. He gets the benefit. They got the big shift on. Second baseman playing out shallow right. 3-0. He takes it and he's on. So Hellickson did not come close and issues a walk to lead off the second inning. So both leadoff batters have been on the first 2 innings for the Orioles. Comes another home run hitter who's been putting them up rather frequently of late. Third baseman Mark Reynolds, 2-run homer, his 5th. And you see 3 home runs in the last 5 games that Mark has chopped up here in Camden Yards.
Yeah, 5 in the last 14. So, he does live in Phoenix, and he said, I get a lot better when the weather heats up.
He likes hot weather.
Yeah, Orioles certainly hope that.
So he's up with a runner on at first base, nobody out. 214. His batting average against Tampa Bay this year, and he'll take a strike. He does have 1 home run and 4 RBIs against the Rays. Reynolds is 3rd with the highest percentage of extra base hits per hits acquired this year. Only Carlos Quentin and Mike Stanton are ahead of him. Reynolds, 22 of his 39 hits have been for extra bases, and the Orioles have not had a lot of those this year. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and that's going to be taken inside. One of the problems the Orioles have had in some games is stringing a lot of singles together, double-digit hits with no extra base hits. And right now they have the 3rd fewest extra base hits in the American League, and Tampa Bay is not that far ahead of them. You see Seattle and Minnesota the fewest extra base hits on the year in the league.
Yeah, a lot of injuries with the Twins, obviously, and then the Mariners playing a big ballpark. Well, they've been struggling for runs the last 2 years.
1-1 delivery, and he hit it hard. It is a fair ball. That'll rock off the corner. Scott headed to 3rd. He'll be held up there. Throw comes into 2nd, and in with a double and another extra base hit is Mark Reynolds.
Yeah, Sam Foley gets to it very quickly and then throws it to the wrong base. Brignac out as your cutoff. I mean, this ball right here, just a change up, 83 miles per hour. 3rd time, maybe a lucky charm for the Oriole hitters as they make some adjustments. And then right here, he just heaves it to 2nd. Not even close. Robles will corral it. But there you go. Another.
Unfortunate that ball doesn't get away or a run scores on a throw like that into second base. Because nobody's backing anything up.
No, not at all. I mean, he just didn't. He just picked it up and heaved it in and didn't even look at Brignac, the shortstop that was out in the cutoff position.
So the Orioles have runners at 2nd and 3rd and nobody out. Felix PA. It's the big RBI chance right here. And as Jim noted, that outfield continues to stay in. Fold in left and Upton in center. They're not playing very deep. Felix PA can drive the ball into the gaps.
Well, here, if they're back on the right side, Gary, and we've seen enough baseball. If Felix can make contact, even if he hits a ground ball to the right side, you're going to score a run. That's going to make it 2-0. The runner at 2nd will move up, and then all of a sudden you make Andino on deck a better hitter. And of course, what is Hellickson trying to do? Punch you out.
He's after the strikeout.
Yep.
PA's had a 2 for 6 off Hellickson. Andino waiting on deck, the number 9 hitter. With runners in scoring position, you saw that 6 for 14. I mean, Felix hasn't had many chances, but when he's had them, he's done a great job of taking advantage of it.
And again, Andino really struggling against right-handers. They might even have to bring their infield in if somehow PA can put a ball in play, even if it's a dribbler to the right side.
0-2 delivery, and it will be caught. That's about the only thing, along with a pop-up, that can happen and not get a run in. And there's one away. Still time to sign the family up for the Junior Orioles Dugout Club. Kids 14 and under get tickets to the 8 remaining Dugout Club games. You get that membership card, lunch bag, the subscription to Orioles Kids Magazine. It's only $20. There are also giveaways at the game. Family and friends get tickets starting as low as $6. And you can even upgrade at the ballpark. To join, 888-848-BIRD or Orioles.com. Robert Andino. He has not picked up a hit in 4 at-bats against the Rays this year. This is a must-score inning with the Orioles getting runners, 2 of them, in scoring position with nobody out. Breaking ball will miss.
And they change their defense. They bring the third baseman Longoria and now Kochman in to try to cut off the run. We don't have a lot of speed at third and Luke Scott. So entirely different defense.
Andino has come up with 44 runners in scoring position and has been able to get in only 4. Got a lot of chances both at the top and at the bottom of the order. Here's the 1-0 delivery. He shows bunt. It's a safety squeeze. Runners not coming, and they will get the out. So Hellickson with the defensive play as Andino laid one down on his own or not.
Well, that's a horrible play. I mean, you know, again, young player thinking he's doing the right thing. I mean, you've got a chance to drive in 2 runs. And again, Hellickson very agile off the mound. Easy play for him. And so what happened there? Thank you very much.
Well, we've had Luke Scott take a 2-0 pitch. And Andino try and bunt with 2 in scoring position and 1 out on a safety.
Without any speed at third.
Yeah. J.J. Hardy, who had the home run leading the ball game off for the Orioles, puts it towards the seats and just out of reach of Fold. Here's J.J. with 6 home runs on the season now, and you see the 19 RBIs that he's picked up, upping the average to the 282 mark. This is the 34th game for Hardy, who was on the DL, of course. Came back ready to go and hasn't stopped. 0-1 count. Scott, who drew a walk at third, Reynolds with a double at second. And that will be taken outside. Now Hellickson's got a chance to get out of this inning.
And he's done such a great job with runners in scoring position. You know, Arrieta at 215. Hellickson a couple of points better at 211. Terrific numbers for a young pitcher, for anybody.
That one down the line. Has he done it again? That is a foul ball. Just missed.
Well, that's 3 consecutive changeups, Gary, after he homered on the first fastball he saw for a strike. And right here, John Jaso's going to come out. And, you know, this is a veteran hitter. Good high ball hitter that just misses another double by about 3, 4, 5 inches. And Jaso out to talk to him. You know, the interesting thing, we talked about the back-to-back sliders. He threw, 92 pitches in 5 innings, and then he comes back with a complete game. He was almost like an entirely different pitcher down in Tampa. Used his fastball, used his changeup and curveball, but much more sparingly. It's almost like Jim Hickey, as Mark Connor, the Orioles pitching coach. Jim Hickey, their pitching coach, said, hey, you got to throw some more fastballs, and he did.
1 ball, 2 strike count. Let's see what he deals here after talking to his catcher. Fastball, and it will miss down low, and the count will go to 2-2. The Orioles have moved back into the number 1 spot in the American League with runners in scoring position with a 284 batting average. They have been 1, 2, or 3 all of this season, and right back to number 1 now. Here's the 2-2 delivery. Hardy way outside to him, so it goes full. Markakis waiting on deck. There are 2 down. Runners at second and third. Orioles with a 1-0 lead. Fold is backed up in left field. Upton has it in center. 3-2. Just got that one.
Well, that's what saw him last year, and I go, maybe this is why he was 13-3 at AAA, because can you imagine a AAA hitter? Oh, I'm going to get a fastball here, 3-2. Don't want to walk him, hook him, change up. And that was a good one. It wasn't just the get me over curveball.
Hellickson has thrown 36 pitches so far, and we're in the second inning. Here's the 3-2 delivery, and that's a walk. He would not chase. So the second free pass, both coming in this inning, have loaded the bases for Nick Markakis.
And here comes Jim Hickey. A little conversation, because sooner or later, if you let Nick Markakis come to the plate in clutch situation, he's going to do what he did last year and going to make you pay for it. So now he can just pretty much be himself. Doesn't have to hit home run. You don't even have to think about an extra base hit. As you mentioned, 0 for the last 88 as far as extra base hit. Single here is huge.
Anything to get him in that the Orioles had second and third covered with nobody out. And then Hellickson was able to get 2 down. But now the walk to Hardy's loaded him up, and the Orioles will continue to get a shot at him here in this inning. And obviously, these early runs against somebody like Hellickson, against anybody, but especially against a talented pitcher like him, are really important. So Nick Markakis stands in with the sacks full. Third base Scott with a walk. Double Reynolds at second. First base Hardy a walk. 2 grand slams in his career. Nick has had a good year against Tampa Bay pitching, hitting .324 with a homer and 5 RBIs. First ball hitting the right field. If it stays fair, it's trouble. Goodbye, home run! A grand slam homer! Get rid of that 0 for no extra base hits with the biggest one you can get. And the Orioles have a 5-0 lead.
Sooner or later. I don't want to sound like Clint Eastwood, but if you hang him high, and that's what he does with his curveball, they're going to hit him far. Watch this hanging curveball. Goodbye. It's just a matter of it's going to get high enough to get over the scoreboard, and it does.
His third career grand slam, Nick Markakis. And the Orioles, a big 2-out crunch and a 5-0 lead. Adam Jones will take it outside for a ball. So both walks in the inning by Hellickson have scored. And the Orioles now with 2 home runs off Hellickson. As Jim said, first time this year he's given up 2 homers in a ball game. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Adam, and that's got to feel so good for Nick Markakis. His 5th home run, now has 23 RBIs on the year.
Well, we just walked by a guy that likes it too. That was Jake Arrieta. Of course, Jake says, well, you get me 7.18 every time anyway. It's about time.
They're working on it early. 2 ball, 1 strike count on Jones. Arrieta can afford to blow bubbles right now. Here's the 2-1 pitch down to first base. That will be handled by Kochman, and he will take it to the bag. Jones is retired, but a big inning for the Orioles. The grand slam home run by Nick Markakis, ending in 0 for 88 without an extra base hit and a 5-0 lead. To you by Southwest Airlines. Go to southwest.com. Grab your bag. It's on. Hour and 8-minute rain delay before this one got underway. Orioles didn't take long to get into the game, though. Grand slam, Nick Markakis. The third grand slam the Orioles have had this year. Hardy and Reynolds have the other two, and the Orioles have a 5-0 lead of Jeremy Hellickson, who came into this ball game with the 7th best ERA in the league at 2.64. Now Jake Arrieta really has some room to work here. Fold, Luciano, Brignac, and a strike taken on the inside corner.
Well, you'd like to think, again, going back on kind of the philosophy that the pitching coach Mark Connor won, be aggressive, use your fastball. It's all right to use your other pitches, but establish what you do best, and that's the two-seamer down and away. There's a changeup to go with it. It looks like your fastball, and boy, one of the great left-handers of all time, Jim Cott, 16 consecutive Gold Gloves, used to talk about how he tried to, along with his catcher Earl Batty up in Minnesota, see how far they could go. 4 or 5 innings, never using a breaking ball. You know, moving the fastball around, the changeup.
Down the line, PA going over, and that will be in the seats.
But I think what Mark Connor said in it, until you really do get your innings, I always thought, and I guess I learned from Robin Roberts, you want to see how they react to what you do best. And I look at Jake Arrieta and I said, this guy doesn't realize how good an arm he has. So you've got to really work on that fastball to command to throw the strikes you want it.
And he got him.
Yep.
That is the second strikeout for Arrieta. Folds retired.
See, what happens when you make them respect your fastball? He was late on the fastball. Now he's got to get out in front a little bit. So, and this is a perfectly thrown curveball. It becomes even more effective.
Justin Luciano gets a start in the ball game. He was not supposed to be playing tonight, but with Joyce having the flu bug, he got pulled out of the lineup. Joyce did, and Luciano inserted to play in right field where Joyce was going to be. He has a 3-game hit streak coming into the ball game. Started Wednesday for just the 6th time this year. He's played in only 10 of the 19 games since he was called up on May 20. He was playing at Durham where he was hitting .308. And the pitch is a strike on the outside corner. He had 6 home runs and 30 RBIs at the time he was called up.
Yeah, hitting over 300. And, you know, we've seen him in years past. He holds a bunch of offensive records down at Durham, probably ones he didn't wish he held. More at bats in the big leagues would probably be where he'd like to have been the last couple of years.
1 ball, 2 strike count on him. Arrieta with a walk and a couple of strikeouts so far in the ball game. Lineup's loaded with the lefties, but actually the right-handers, the average 252, a little better against him. Left-handers 227.
Now they probably had a little bit of history in the minor leagues together. Jake not pitching there a whole lot of time.
Here's the 1-2 delivery. Luciano, that one tied him up. And there are 3 strikeouts on the board, 2 in the inning.
Well, great late movement. It almost appears it's a changeup, maybe a couple of miles per hour faster, but watch this ball dive. So again, the ability, something he didn't do that well in the first inning, but the last 2, get ahead, and then you don't have to throw a strike.
Reed Brignac will come up against him. Brignac 0 for 2 off Arrieta. For Brignac against the Angels, home run and a sacrifice bunt.
Yeah, 3 for 3 on Monday, too.
Not bad. Here at Camden Yards, you see the big numbers that he has put up. 405 average, 3 homers, and 8 RBIs in his career games played here.
Did you notice the curveball off of Jared Weaver? A little bit like the one Markakis hit tonight off of Hellickson. It wasn't a grand slam.
Here's the 0-1 delivery to him, and Brignac will take that for a strike.
It's a big strike zone tonight, Gary. And you can see Reed Brignac looking back at Jim Reynolds and saying, you know, you could maybe 2 inches off the plate. Take advantage of it. Yep.
Use it if you can keep it.
If you can.
Here's the 0-2 delivery. Brignac will take it up high. Brignac has been struggling at the plate. Only a couple of extra base hits in his last 125 at bats. 25-year-old is .254 career hitter, is hitting .184 at the moment. And the Orioles have shut him down. He's only 2 for 19 against the O's this year. Off-speed pitch is right there. Fooled him. Absolutely tied him up. arguing a bit with the home plate umpire, but to no avail. He strikes the side out in the third. 5-0 O's. Cast your MLB All-Star ballot and enter to win a trip to the All-Star game. Compliments of Scott's. Orioles trying to make a home field advantage here at Camden Yards, where they are 19-16. Have a 5-0 lead here, and it was talked about when they came back home to start this long homestand. Like Showalter saying, look, men, time to get some W's here at home.
Yeah, you and Mike Flanagan were talking about it. If they win tonight, of course, it's a little premature, even though they lead at 5-0, it would be, what, 10 of 12. So again, it's, sometimes who you're playing, sometimes it's how you're playing. And we know Tampa Bay, as you mentioned, is playing well. They've won their last 3. Did it against the Angels, who can pitch with the best of them, outpitched him out there.
Here's Vladdy, first ball hitting. Hellickson on a comebacker. That is the slowest of slow rollers. And Guerrero is retired. He has struck out and grounded out.
And Hellickson, he's not happy he gave up the 5 runs, so he's going to somehow hope to shut the door and allow his team, as we mentioned, they get him over 7.5 a game, to somehow crawl back into this game.
Here at home, the Orioles are running some really good numbers, and they want to keep it going during this weekend before they have to head out on the road. See 9-2 in their last 11. Batting average is up. Home runs are going up here at home, something they weren't getting. The runs per game, which had been under 4, is now at 4.9 during the streak. ERA very good, 2.74, and the opponent batting average only 2.41.
Well, they're trending to where they were in August and September, where they won 17 games in each of those months, which is, the runs only went to 4.1, but the ERA went from 5-something to down to about 3.5 runs a game. So seems so simple, doesn't it? Just score more than you give up and you win.
It's always simple. All we have to do is pull the numbers up after the fact. That one to right field. Luciano is under it, and he's got it. Leaders retired, and there are 2 down. Take a look at our PNC Minor League report, brought to you by PNC for the Achiever in you. Jason Birkin, pitching, of course, at Norfolk, who had been with the Orioles last year, this year. 3.86 ERA. Working a 16 1/3 so far down there. See the strikeout to walk ratio, not a good opponent batting average number at 3.06 against him, but not a bad ERA.
And then you throw in Brad Bergeson, 1 run in his last 15 innings, 4-hitter, complete game against AAA Pawtucket, the Red Sox AAA affiliate.
Which raises the question,
why is Luke Scott bunting?
He's got third base. I mean, it's wide open, but they got the shift on. But
well, it certainly,
I don't know,
could be effective, but
I don't know.
He did hit 27 home runs, and I don't think he hit one attempting to bunt last year, if I can recall correctly.
He drew a walk his first time up on 4 pitches and would score in the grand slam, and he showed it again. And Hellickson says, I don't like you doing that, and buries one inside.
With 2 outs, they want him to bunt. They don't want him to hit a home run. That's what he does. That's why he gets paid. So Well, tonight's
This is odd man out night.
Yeah, really.
Do what you wouldn't normally do. And he meant it. But can't do it.
Well, you know, obviously he's thinking, okay, if I can get on, they're giving me the bunt. Maybe at some other point, and maybe a more meaningful at bat, they will have to respect it. And if he does get on, of course, these guys have no idea when we talk about the Rays. They're going, thank you very much. But if you do get on, Reynolds has been red hot. Maybe he'll get into one, and all of a sudden it's 7-0. So.
Or is he telling us something about his right shoulder?
Well, he said it felt good today. Now, whether he was telling the truth, he's a pretty truthful guy. Felt good the other night when he homered.
1-2 delivery to him, and he fouls it off. I mean, I think at this point, what everybody realizes regarding Luke Scott is that problem in that shoulder, he's trying to get through the season without having any medical work done on it, but that at the end of this season, there's going to be some medical work done on it. And now the question is, can you get there? Can you do that? With, you take a cortisone shot here or there. You work at it, which he does, to keep it loose and strong. 1-2 delivery to Scott, and Hellickson outside. And a 2-ball, 2-strike count.
And we're talking about one of the stronger guys, if not the strongest guy on this team. But that front arm so important in getting the bat head to the ball. And that's how your terminology is, that's how you barrel up the ball. And when it either hurts or it doesn't have full strength, hard to do.
2-2 delivery will be rolled to second. Almost cut off by the shortstop. That was Zobrist, the second baseman, and a 1-2-3 inning for Hellickson. The Orioles on top. Final score 5-0. Trying to do is get to the 8-win mark. Only John Lester of Boston in the American League has 8 wins. There are 9 pitchers tied for second in the American League with 7 wins, and you are seeing 2 of them in this ball game in Arrieta and Hellickson.
Well, it's a good start for him. Again, pretty efficient. Nice little 5-run cushion, so you can relax a little bit. Doesn't mean you lose focus.
We've completed 3. The Orioles 5 runs, 4 hits, no errors, 1 left on. The Rays zip, 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 zip. And back to the top of the order. Johnny Damon drew a walk his first time up and got caught stealing, which sets the tone in the ball game, especially for Arrieta. I mean, you're giving up a walk right away.
Otherwise, it's a leadoff double, and then they can play small ball, something they do quite well with their speed.
Damon. The 1-0 delivery to him, and he'll take it away. Johnny Damon here in this ballpark has played a lot of ball games, obviously, Red Sox and Yankees, and has hit pretty well here. .316 here at Camden Yards lifetime with 20 homers.
Yeah, 20 of his 31 home runs right here. Well, that's why when you talk about home field advantage, it seems like, again, I haven't run into a whole lot of opposing hitters that don't like to come here and hit.
No.
Pitchers, a little different story.
2-1 delivery on the way. Off speed pitch that float in a little bit high to him.
Well, that'll get everybody's attention in the dugout. 2-1 breaking ball with a 5-0 lead. And the reason I say that, it's the only way you're probably going to get a strike is if you throw it for a strike, because he's not looking for it. He's not going to chase.
3-1 delivery down to third and just missed as he fouls it off. We were talking, Jim was talking about this Tampa Bay team on the road. Their average is about 20 points, almost 30 points higher on the road than at home. And they score 2 runs a game more on the road. 5+ runs on the road per game, 3+ runs at home. So their offense much different on the road than at home, much better. Luke Scott's got it. Arrieta will take the flip. Take a look at our Nexus League leaderboard. Brought to you by Lexus of Towson, Baltimore area's #1 Lexus dealer, who invites you to come in and see why they're #1. Most batting strikeouts in the American League, the Rays are second, 455, and not far behind the Angels, who have struck out more than anyone else. Tigers, Mariners, and Indians on that list.
And to give you a perspective of what that 5 runs a game is, Gary, I mean, that's right up there with the big boys. I mean, that's what the Red Sox have done home and road. And they're right at that 5 run a game, which is what they were at last year with all those injuries, along with Tampa Bay, along with the Yankees. And then in the high 4s was Toronto, who is now 3rd this year.
And playing down at the Trop in the Dome, they are 14 and 16.
Scoring 3 runs a game. Boy, it's tough to win.
19 and 13 on the road. And the pitch is taken down low. And a 2-0 count. Arrieta working behind here on Zobrist. Zobrist grounded out his first time up. He has had a big year against the Orioles with that 375 batting average on the season. He is 7th in doubles in the American League coming into the game. And the count on him goes to 3-0. You really do have to walk this ball club. They are not going to stand there and take a lot of pitches if anything's close, except for the likes of Johnny Damon. The rest of these guys like to swing the bat. Now that's going to change here because of the game, 5-0. They need runners.
Well, that's why you can be a little bit more aggressive earlier in the count if you can. And I'm sure Jake is trying to do that. It's just gotten away from him a little bit this inning.
3-1 delivery, and he walked him. That'll be the second walk surrendered. First one came to Damon, leading off the ball game.
So there it is. It usually starts with, and again, it'd be kind of interesting to actually see him, the way he goes about working on his sides, which sometimes can prepare you, and then sometimes you can't bring it out to the mound, but prepare you to have fastball command. Can you really do it in the bullpen? Because if you can't do it in the bullpen, you can't do it out here. I mean, why would you think all of a sudden, lights, camera, action, that you can turn it on and off?
Longoria's going to go to short. Hardy to Andino. There's one, and that's 2. And that's worth $1,000. Congratulations, the Orioles turn 2, and Karen Cahall from Goldsboro. You have just won $1,000 from the Maryland Lottery Double Play Contest. Only 3 up in the inning. The Orioles still lead it. The grand slam run by Nick Markakis in the second. On a tough Thursday as we go into Friday games, the Oakland A's, Bob Melvin has replaced Bob Guerin. They lost the series here, got swept. First change in midseason for the A's since '86. CC Sabathia, 7th inning, six runs. Second time in his career that's happened to him in an inning in the Marlins. 7 one-run losses in 8 games. That has not happened in Major League Baseball since Atlanta did it in '88. A tough Thursday for some teams and for Bob Guerin, who's out as the A's manager. Mike Reynolds with a cut and a strike.
Yeah, we saw that coming. Boy, they were talking about that, and they were winning a little bit when, well, more than they have because they had lost 10 in a row coming into tonight's ball game. But handwriting was on the wall when we were in Oakland.
Yeah. No one delivers foul back. I mean, Bob had to come to the point where he came to the ballpark, went into his office, and shut the door. There was very little conversation going on with anyone. And that's when you know he knows it's coming.
Well, you get a guy. I mean, Bob Melvin, he played here. Of course, he managed Seattle. He managed in Arizona. He's always done a terrific job. So you got a good baseball man. You hate to see anybody get fired though.
Center field, Jones. That'll be near the warning track called in Upton. He's got it, and Reynolds is retired. One away here in the 4th inning. On Sunday, the first 20,000 fans 15 and over at the Orioles-Rays 135 game will get the Orange O's cap presented by DAP. Don't miss the annual fan favorite, your chance for a summer afternoon at the Yard. Tickets in advance, you save if you do. 888-848-BIRD, Orioles.com.
So Caps, when's the next homestand? Is the bobblehead Buck Showalter bobblehead now?
Is that the next homestand? The Buck's bobblehead, or is that tomorrow? Tomorrow?
Because we have a little prototype.
When we go on between innings, we'll have to take it out of the box. Felix PA lined out his first time up. Hellickson, a couple of walks and a strikeout. And PA will take it down low. 1 ball and 1 strike. So the Orioles trying to make it a 4-game win streak if they can get it here and end the Tampa Bay 3-game win streak. And gain a little ground in the very tough American League East. Markakis with a grand slam home run, the big blow so far in the ball game. 1-1 delivery, and that's down low. Boston leading the Yankees by 2, Tampa Bay by 3, Toronto by 4.5, and the Orioles by 6. As we said, it is the tightest race in the Eastern Division since division play was instituted in '94. That Buck Showalter bobbleheader Saturday, June 25. 2-1 delivery. Ouch. That hurt.
Yeah, the umpire, John Jaso, the catcher for the Rays, they all leave to let Felix, who hits this ball right on the shin, misses that protective guard on that front ankle, that right ankle. And
our Jeep Expo brought to you by the 2011 Jeep Compass. But Showalter just watching here, see if he can walk it off.
Yeah, Richie Bansal, the Oriole head trainer. Check out this angle right here. Put it on there and might have missed it just by an inch or so. That's all it takes.
Turned his leg so that the guard had already rotated to the right. Now Buck Showalter wants to know. So it was no longer protected. Wants to stay in. Next pitch is the toughest. Now, if you're a pitcher, do you just try and blow a fastball in here?
Well, something away. See,
Just
get him
make
out
him
on
reach.
his front foot. See if it can hurt a little more.
Here's the 2. That'll go to short. Brignac will make the throw. PA tried to run, but he had a real hard time getting going. So we'll see what the impact is on that as we move along in the ball game. 2 down. Hellickson gets the outs, and that'll bring up Andino, who grounded out his first time up since the grand slam by Markakis. 6 in a row retired by Hellickson. Andino tried to lay down a bunt for a base hit his first time up. Longoria will come in even with the bag, at least to start the at bat. Looks into the dugout and backs up. 0-1 count on Andino. And that one's going to miss.
Yeah, he's the only guy I think on this team that really looks forward to facing lefties.
He should.
Yeah, 362, 159, or now a little lower against right-handers. What, 9-13 against left-handed starters.
Andino hitting 362 off the lefties and 159 off right-handers. You can't have a much more disparate set of numbers than those. 1 ball, 2 strike count. He has that swing and that body movement away from the plate, which the right-handers use with pitchers down and away on him. 1-2 delivery, and that will miss on a 2 ball, 2 strike count.
Well, he wouldn't be the first guy that has that blind spot. What, on the outside, plate's 17 inches wide, then you throw the baseball another 2 1/4 inches, so it's about 21 inches wide. That last 4 inches out there,
it's not hitter's territory.
No. Even though I did say Mike Bordick, when he came over from Oakland, he had trouble with that pitch, and Terry Crowley by the next year had him covering that plate, and then of course he hit 20 home runs when they started pitching him in. I mean, it's one of the things you try, and of course just imagine if you're Jeremy Hellickson or any pitcher, if a guy keeps missing that pitch and you can throw it there, you feel pretty comfortable out there. But when they start hitting it, then you got to change your pattern, and some guys don't do that well. It makes you think.
Hellickson has settled in here, trying to retire the side in order for the second consecutive inning. 2-2 delivery to Andino. He drives out to center field. Upland's going to need all his jets on this one. Warning track, reaching out, can't get it. It's in play. Making the turn, Andino. He'll stop at second. And he's got a very long 400-foot double.
Well, he hit 13 home runs in 8. Not all of them at AAA Norfolk, because obviously you play on the road, so he's got a little pop. And there's a ball that he can handle. This one right in the middle of the plate, held high, and he drills it. Talked about Upton plays so shallow, he thinks maybe he can do the say hey Willie Mays catch over his shoulder, but Adam Jones has the patent on that one in the modern days.
So the Orioles will look to get another 2-out RBI as Hardy moves in. Hardy has already had a homer, a walk. He has scored 2 runs. He led the bottom half of the first inning off with his 6th home run of the year. Now a runner at second base being held close by Zobrist, the second baseman. Hardy will take the pitch away for a ball. 6th home run of the year. Leadoff homer in both career games where he has started in the #1 spot. Much to the delight of his manager, can't help but smile. Here's the 1-0 delivery to Hardy, and that is a strike called. And it'll go to 1-1.
Yeah, and that home run had a lot to do with the way that he worked the walk the last time, because went away from the fastball, missed with the first pitch. That home run was on a first pitch fastball, and then tried to get him out with changeups and curveballs. Couldn't do it. That loaded him up for Nick Markakis, who hit the grand slam.
1 ball, 1 strike count. A look back to Andino. And that's going to be inside to Hardy. The last home run surrendered by Hellickson came on the 23rd against the Detroit Tigers, and he had given up only 1 home run in the last 6 games, and never 2 in the same ball game this year. He's given up 2 in this one. Here's the 2-1 with 2 down. Hardy will take that outside, and a 3-ball, 1 strike count.
And again, the scoreboard has a lot to do with this at bat, because if you're Jeremy Hellickson, to pitch at this level this quickly, you got to have a pretty good head on your shoulders. He knows he can't give up another run. So he is pitching very carefully, even though Markakis is waiting on deck.
Here's the 3-1 delivery on the way, and Hardy will take it, and he's on. So Hardy continues his perfect night at the plate. 3 times up, 3 times on. And that'll bring Nick Markakis to the delight of the crowd. Our Coors Light cold hard blast.
1 pitch, 4 runs. Hanging curveball. Nick Markakis 0 for his last 88 as far as extra base hits. That ends in a hurry. The drought is over.
And our cold hard blast brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. So Nick with 5 home runs on the season. 2 down, runners at first and second base. Markakis will foul it off the fists. And it's 0-1. Orioles with 5 runs on 5 hits, and the Rays with 0s on the board so far.
Well, maybe he can have a Ben Zobrist type of night when he had 10 RBIs in one game back in late April against the Twins.
Whoa.
Am I asking for too much? Okay,
Yes. No.
maybe 7. Hit another one. Get it over with.
0-1 delivery will be popped up to third. Longoria. And he's got it. So the Orioles retired. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 2 are left on base. 4 complete. 5-0 O's. By AT&T, rethink possible. Camden Yards on a Friday night. Jake Arrieta getting it done. 5-0 lead.
Yeah, he's been awfully good. I mean, again, he'll show you. I mean, the pitch count's 17.8 coming in per inning. So tonight, Wieters with the throwing out Damon after the leadoff walk, double play, certainly helped him. Punched out the side back in the 3rd inning. There you go, Jake Arrieta. Kyle Drayward, well, of course, he's trying to walk most of North America and doing a pretty good job. And then J.A. Happ, he was traded down from the Phillies, the left-hander. Look at the numbers. Arrieta, of course, with great run support.
Casey Kochman will lead it off. Kochman is grounded out, and we cause Kochman Upton and John Jaso coming in. The other thing the Orioles are trying to do is improve their record against the East. They are 8-14 against the Eastern Division. Tampa Bay, meanwhile, has gone 12-9 against the East. Here's the 0-1 delivery to Kochman, and the fastball is down low. Casey Kochman with the 2 for 9 and a home run lifetime off Jake Arrieta. One. Reynolds had to wait on that one and gets it. 2110 Utah Street, presented by Southwest Airlines, returns to Camden Yards tomorrow. The Birds take on the Rays at 7:05. One low price, you receive the reserved Utah Street bleacher seat. 2110 Utah Street t-shirt. Space is limited, so we hope you'll join Nick Markakis and Adam Jones. Tickets at 888-848-BIRD or go to Orioles.com. 2110. B.J. Upton popped out his first time up. Upton will take the big cut and not catch up to him.
Yeah, not even close.
Upton, one of the many on this team that does not hit well at the Trop. 153 is his home batting average this year. 296 on the road. 0-1 delivery to him will be taken away. And a 1-ball, 1-strike count on Upton. He does have 8 home runs and 30 RBIs.
Well, he's a very, very good high ball hitter. Doesn't really matter what you throw him. You can hang a hook, he'll hit it very far.
That one's going to go to short. Hardy chases it down, rights himself, gets it.
Just seems to be able to, and again, his experience, even though he's had injuries, he's played enough to really have a sense of where they're going to hit the ball. And then again, when you make this kind of low and away slider, it was a good one from Jake Arrieta. You can kind of read the bat, anticipate it's going to be up the middle, and makes the play a lot easier.
So the Orioles have 2 away. Another one of Arrieta's chances to retire the side in order. Jaso flied out his first time up. The catcher will take it up high for a ball. John Jaso now 1 hit and 17 at bats against the Orioles on the season. 1-0 count. Jaso hitting at 232. And Arrieta's pitch will be away, and he falls behind 2-0.
Well, the big drop off with him has been the base on balls. 335 at bats last year, walked 59 times. So, really good on base percentage, over 37% of the time. It's down to about 30% this year.
And that pretty much matches, as we were talking about earlier, what's happened to the team as their base on balls down 30%.
Well, if you look at John Jaso, and I asked him, did you always hit this way when we were down in Tampa? He said, oh yeah, I've always hit out of the crouch. So it's a very small strike zone.
3-0 counts should be taking here and does.
And I bet again, because when you look at the ability to get on base 37% of the time, you're usually hitting in some good pitcher counts, or good hitters counts, excuse me. So a little bit different this year. They're more aggressive, make him earn his way on versus the base on balls.
3-1 delivery. Jaso will pop that one up. It's a rainmaker to either first or second.
Come on, Andino.
Robert Andino is there, and he's got it. And the side is retired in order. So Arrieta keeps cruising along. 5-0 lead. On the board for the opposition with Arrieta pitching. And a big swing of the bat by Nick Markakis and a grand slam home run.
Right.
Manager agrees, Jim.
That's right. Do you like it, Buck? Yes.
Yes, he said.
It's a game over? No. No, long way to go. But he does have a no-hitter, and the pitch counts down. He's done everything that they want him to do. And, of course, as we mentioned, Hellickson hadn't gotten the run support he's used to, and Arrieta, both of them getting over 7 runs a game, has. And, again, great to see Nick Markakis. And, again, it's only one swing, but it's a very positive one. A grand slam, 88 at-bats without an extra base hit. That changed with one swing of the bat.
He doesn't play an emotional game as far as showing it, but you know for Nick Markakis to get that kind of a hit, and an important one in this ball game, just get rid of the extra base hit thing and get back on the board. And the last homer he had was against Tampa Bay.
Well, as you mentioned, he's hitting over 300 against them, so very familiar with those guys. They do pitch well. But Jim Presley, the hitting instructor, was saying, he had some good at-bats earlier in the week and against Oakland, and we know they have the best pitching in the American League, so maybe some confidence builders, and now it builds into the fact with one swing he gave him a 5-0 lead.
By the way, the bobblehead doll you saw, Buck Showalter, will be available on June 25. That's Buck Showalter bobblehead night here at Camden Yards. We thank Buck for joining us, if only in spirit or plastic. whichever it was. All right, we're ready to go here as Adam Jones will stand in. Hellickson has walked 3, struck out only 1. 50 strikeouts in 71 innings coming into the ball game. And Adam Jones out in front of that one. Adam has a single, and he has grounded out. 5 runs on 5 hit odds. Hellickson, the first time he surrendered 2 home runs in a ball game this year. And the leadoff batters have been getting on against him in those innings when the Orioles scored. Something he doesn't do very often. Taken down low, and a 1-ball, 1-strike count. Batting average against him, Jim, coming in was 200. 6th lowest in the American League.
Well, again, back-to-back games, and those are the toughest for veterans or young pitchers. And again, the Orioles weren't able to get any runs off him. And then a complete 120-pitch effort when he outpitched Jeremy Guthrie. In fact, both of his wins against Jeremy, one of them, Jeremy did not pitch well. He had an 8-0 lead, but the other one, he pitched very well, and he just got outpitched down in Tampa Bay.
2-ball, 1-strike count. Jones will rock that one to left field. Fold, though, is going to have room to get over and put it away. And 1 down. Time for our AT&T Mobility Trivia Fact. Did you know on this date, 2006, Reggie Saunders hit his 300th career homer and the Royals lost to the Rays? And the rest of the story, he became the 5th player in MLB history with 300 home runs and 300 stolen bases. There are now 7. And some pretty big names. Bonds and Mays at the top. Rodriguez, Dawson, Bobby Bonds, Reggie, and Steve Finley.
Yeah, Steve Finley actually played for the Orioles. Terrific hitter.
There's a base hit as Vladdy got one that stayed up. He's got a 7-game hit streak now. His first hit in 3 times to the plate.
Yeah, the old days, that would have been one of our trivia questions. Who did Steve Finley, a little hanging breaking ball, maybe not quite as hittable as the one that Markakis hit out, but a curved ball. He struck him out the first time, and this time leaves it up, middle of the plate. Vladdy goes, thank you. I'm on the board with a base hit.
Dodge Ram Expo brought to you by Ram Trucks. Designed, tested, and proven to be the best trucks we've ever built. Ram.
Yeah, Glenn Davis coming over from Houston and then the neck injury, so he was a home run guy. The Orioles wanted him. I think actually Curt Schilling went to Houston in that trade along with Finley and a guy named Pete Harnisch, a right-handed pitcher.
Nick Markakis 0 for 2. He is grounded out and flied out. Runner on at first base and 1 down. A very still summer night is what it's turned into after the hour and 8-minute rain delay we had with a big thunderstorm going through. Did not cool off very much, about 4 or 5 degrees, but it's warmed up as the night has gone on again. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Wieters gets it in the air to center. Upton, runner halfway. 2 down. Hellickson, after giving up the single to Guerrero, gets Wieters in the fly ball, leaves Guerrero at first with 2 outs.
And Evan Longoria looking over into the dugout to see where they want him to play. We saw down in Tampa they would stay for 1 strike, and then he would move into where he is moving now.
Really saying now, Jeff, if you want to bunt, go ahead.
Right, which is pretty much what they said with two outs the last time he came to the plate. I mean, they know that Luke Scott is paid to hit home runs.
Tried to lay down a bunt for a base hit a couple of times. His last at bat ended up grounding out. He has walked and scored. 2 down. Outside for a ball. Don't forget, you can get O's maximum access in the palm of your hand. Text Orioles 29292. Message and data rates may apply. Guerrero with a single. Hellickson with the 1-0 delivery. Scott, that'll bounce away. It is a strike, and it is a wild pitch. Home plate umpire Jim Reynolds said he swung at it. We didn't foul it off, though, so it's a wild pitch.
I don't think he did swing at it. The only guy that he does change the count. He's kind of shaking his head. Watch the bat head right here. Take a look. Didn't look like he went through, but either way, yeah. Usually he holds up a little or holds up a little bit better, and that ball skips to the backstop.
Hellickson's third wild pitch of the year puts a runner in scoring position with 2 down for Luke. 1 ball, 1 strike count on Scott. Zobrist holding the runner and takes it inside. Luke has had by far better luck here at home, where he's hitting .289 as opposed to the .177 batting average that he's got on the road. Although 4 of the 7 home runs he's hit have come away. Orioles have the 5-0 lead. Guerrero at second base. Here's the 2-1 delivery, and Scott will swing and foul that one off. Just got that off the end of the bat.
Well, again, you can see how they're trying to get him out, and that's just to really just use a lot of changeups. And of course, that's been the pattern for the last 3 years. 23, 25, 27 home runs, so that really hasn't changed. What's changed is, again, the irregularity of the bats because of the shoulder injury and the fact he hadn't hit lefties. And the fact they have Vladimir Guerrero available to DH.
Here's the 2-2 delivery, and Scott will hit it down to first, fair ball. Kochman will play it to the bag and get the out. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. Arrieta will go back to work with a 5-0 lead. Play early on. Damon had reached on a walk. Hardy makes a great pick on a 1-hop throw by Wieters. They get Damon trying to steal. As a result, only 3 to the plate in the first. Coors Light Freeze Cam brought to you by Frost Brewed Coors Light. You can see the summer haze settling in here at Camden Yards tonight. 5-6-0 for the O's. 0-0-0 for the Rays. Arrieta with a couple of walks and 4 strikeouts. Bottom third of the order, Fold, Ruggiano, and Brignac.
I thought you were going to transition your way into the summer win by Sinatra there.
Even I wouldn't dare do that. And a strike taken.
The summer haze. Deciduous haze.
Deciduous.
McCall taught me that term. Memorial reliever went to Swarthmore. That is the haze given off by deciduous trees. In case you didn't know that, which I know you do.
No.
You're a lawyer.
No. Well, I had nothing to do. I never had a
well, you're living
deciduous law class, actually.
No. Really? You missed
There's
that
one of those deciduous trees right there.
It's causing it.
Giving off haze. Here's the 0-2 delivery. Sam Fold, a 1-ball, 2-strike count. From New Hampshire, the homeland of Mike Flanagan. And a fastball just missed.
Yeah, a lot of low strikes. The ones around the belt with occasional high curveball called, and you can see just off the corner, been called a strike tonight. Jake wanted it. Why not?
Pitch Track sponsored by Verizon 4G LTE. Rule the air on the most advanced 4G network in the world. 2-2 delivery in the air to left center field. I don't think anyone's going to get that one. It'll fall in and take a hop up and over the wall, and there is the first hit for Tampa Bay here in the 6th inning. Fowl leads off with a ground rule double, and the fans and applause for Arrieta.
Well, again, 2 for 26 against the O's, so he hits a high fly ball. Usually that does not translate into anything positive for Sam Fuld. Even though he has 3 home runs, he wants to hit it on the ground, pound it, bunt, get on. But that'll work. They need runs.
Here's Ruggiano now with the leadoff man on in the 6th inning. Ruggiano, a strikeout victim in his only time to the plate. And he will take the pitch outside for a ball. Now Arrieta can place aside the zeros on the board and worry about getting the outs and keeping that 5-0 lead.
Well, you need an out right here, and if they advance the runner, fine. Keep Justin Ruggiano from getting a base hit if you can.
Down to third, runner stays. Reynolds drops it.
Well, not an easy play because Ruggiano's got good speed, and what he's going to do is to try to backhand it, and in doing that, get some momentum. But again, a high chopper. He's playing a couple of steps behind the bag. So watch him come in. Now he's going to reach around to get that little coil, and then he just doesn't catch it.
A little too much spin. It is going to go as a base hit. So the second hit. And believe me, the official score is very happy. That was not going to be the first call on a hit.
Well, that would not have been a base hit if he hadn't doubled to start this inning. I can't believe it. I mean, because
I'm just kidding. I think you're absolutely right.
While that was a difficult play,
but if it wasn't a hit then, it wasn't a hit then. But nevertheless,
if he had just caught it, it would like to have seen if he could have thrown him out.
And that's going to go to first, and that is a foul ball by just that much. Tim Welke, the crew chief down there at first base, doing a 360 and watching the ball as to where it hit.
Yeah, that ball just hooking foul, a little high curve ball. So he's playing dodgeball and trying to make the call. And you can see not by much, but he's looking right down at it. Nice umpiring.
It's Tim Welke will have the plate tomorrow night. Brignac, also a strikeout victim, his first time up. Runners at first and second, nobody out. Touch of the grass under the feet of Reynolds at third as he moves in. Brignac not bunting, and a good fastball by Arrieta.
Yeah, right by him.
Brignac still only 25 years old. Seems like he's been around forever. Not good numbers with runners in scoring position. He's got a 254 major league average. He's been one of those super utility players for the Rays.
And they thought he could step into the starting job when they traded Jason Bartlett to San Diego, and because he was kind of lamenting when we were down in Tampa Bay. And again, he had the 3-hit game on Monday, home run on Wednesday. You get an advantage to do this, and Joe Madden was talking about the fact that sometimes you try too hard. It's not the first time we've ever heard that.
No.
And then you just don't know if you can do it, and squeeze the bat a little bit more, and it's
hitting only 130 off left-handers and 196 off righties. 0-2 count on Brignac, and the pitch will be up high. And it's 1-2, the top of the order. Johnny Damon is waiting on deck.
Well, they're going to try to have a big inning here. And again, the pitch count well in hand at 71. Late because of the rain delay. They just need an out. Get an out.
Brignac waiting on a 1-2. Runners off first and second. Arrieta's pitch is way outside.
Yeah, a little changeup, and it just didn't come out of his hand right.
2 more games in this series. Tomorrow night, Jeremy Guthrie and left-hander David Price, who is 7-5. And then Sunday afternoon, Brian Madison, Wade Davis will go at it in a 1:30 ball game. Orioles will then have a day off and then go start a road trip in Toronto. Here's the 2-2 and a timeout taken by the batter. And Arrieta was a long way into that motion.
Well, that's on Jim Reynolds because he has to grant. And that's very, very late.
Off second base full, first base Ruggiano. Orioles at double play depth. Here's the 2-2 to Brignac. And a full count.
Yeah, not even close to the last two pitches. And you got to be very careful about getting in the double play mode here if you're Robert Andino, because you need to get an out. So you can see he's in a little bit. That gives him a better chance to get to second base. But right here, he should probably be a step or two back to make sure the ball doesn't get by him into right field. Because you got a 5-run lead.
3-2 delivery, and he shattered the bat, popped it up to third. Reynolds infield fly rule, batters out. Brignac is retired. One away, the runners have to stay. This day to baseball history brought to you by Verizon Fios. Switch to Fios, the network ahead. To learn more, visit Verizon.com/getFios. 1921, Yankee slugger Babe Ruth, his 120th home run, became the home run leader at that time. That was off Jim Bagby, the pitcher. 1944, Joe Nuxhall became the youngest, shy of his 16th birthday. He made his first major league appearance. And in 05, that contract that traded Babe Ruth from Boston to New York sold at auction for $996,000. That was the contract known as the Curse of the Bambino in Boston. Here's Johnny Damon, 2 on and 1 down. And the pitch will be outside for a ball. Arrieta in the first inning where the Rays have been able to get to him. Now he's digging down a little. Double by Fold, single by Ruggiano, the first 2 hits of the game. Damon has walked and grounded out. 1-0 delivery to him. Stayed off that. 2 real good veteran DHs. You take a look at where they are. These are their standings among active major league players in hits, extra base hits, multi-hit games, and total bases. In the top 10 in those departments for both Johnny Damon and Vladimir Guerrero for active players. That's a lot of numbers and a lot of games. Just missed. You saw the shoulder of Jim Reynolds twitch a little, but not go up, and it's 3-0.
Well, you don't have all those at bats and hits if you don't understand what's been going on tonight. Johnny Damon has a grasp on it. Not too many high pitches called, so he's laying off them. And of course, when he gets into the 2-0, 1-0 counts, he can do that.
And we'll take the pitch. It is for a strike.
And for Jake, again, when he gets amped up, he gets a little bit too far with his stride. He lands on his heel. He recoils. The head can't get over the front knee. The ball stays up, and it stays off the plate to left-handers. It just runs up and away.
Runners off first and second. Here's the 3-1 delivery, and Damon takes it, and it's a strike. So 3-2 with 1 down.
See, now, if you watch where this heel, now let's see, does he get over his front side? And then he really locks that leg. So there was pretty good. He was able to bring the ball down, but his stride, you watch him warm up, the 9 warm-up pitches, boy, he's over the front side and then just gets out a little bit, and it's hard to get over your front side. It elevates the ball. Doesn't get hit hard because of his stuff, though.
Here's the 3-2 delivery, and Damon up the middle, off the glove. Andino, there's one relay. Oh, yeah! Big-time double play. 1, 4, 6, 3. How about that? The second double play of the night, and Karen Cahall from Goldsboro, you've won another $1,000 from the Maryland Lottery double play contest, and they earned it for you right there. than this.
Yeah, I think Buck Showalter, and there's the deflection you talked about, 1 to 4 to 6, and you could see Hardy JJ had to just hesitate to let the ball come down, but it looks like a base hit. It's deflected. That slows it down, allows Andino to get to it, and then JJ Hardy able to avoid the runner trying to keep the double play from being turned. Terrific play.
Johnny Damon is grounded into 2 double plays. He is at the top of the list in the fewest double plays hit into per at bat. He has hit into a ground ball double play once every 233 at bats. and the Orioles get the double play off the bat of the DH. And here is Mike Reynolds. Reynolds in the bottom of the 6th inning. He has doubled and scored and flying out to center field. Home run by Hardy in the 1st inning, and then the grand slam by Markakis in the 2nd has given the Orioles the 5-0 lead. Hellickson has shut them down since then, giving up a single, a double, and a walk with the remaining innings that he's worked.
Well, young
Walk
pitcher.
3.
Yeah, I mean, he throws one hanging changeup to Mark Reynolds, and it looks like he's going to get out of trouble. A couple of walks and then a hanging curveball, and there's 4 runs.
Orioles getting him when they need it, and Hellickson just trying to hold it where it is. Here's the 0-2 delivery, and that will be taken outside. Warm-up action. First we've seen Adam Russell.
Yeah, pitch count at 88, and for Hellickson trailing by 5 runs. Still want to protect him. There's another changeup that misses.
Keep in mind, Hellickson in the last 7 games had gone 6-1 with a 1.74 earned run average. 2nd highest run support in the league. He'd just been mowing people down. 2-2 delivery. Reynolds on the big cut, and he will be strikeout victim number 2. A reminder, on Saturday, June 25, the first 20,000 fans 15 and over at the Reds Interleague game will get that Buck Showalter bobblehead presented by AT&T. It is an instant classic for your Birdland collectibles. Cincinnati's first ever visit to Oriole Park as well. Get your tickets in advance and save 888-848-BIRD or go to Orioles.com.
Yeah, pretty exciting team. They can hit.
Felix P.A. will take it. It is in there for a strike. Cincinnati battling in the National League Central, 5 games behind the Cardinals. Milwaukee in 2nd place, 2.5 games out.
And I was watching him the other night. I didn't realize. I knew Jay Bruce was one of those highly touted minor league guys who's been in the big leagues for about 3-4 years now. Didn't realize he's a big guy. And then Joey Votto's back up into the mid 330s, the last year's MVP in the National League.
That's going to be a base hit into right field. Hellickson has set a few of those up there that say hit me, and that was another one.
Yeah, departure, and again, you have to remember 13 straight innings where the Orioles didn't score in his first 2 starts. So again, one of the hottest young pitchers, older pitchers, whatever you want to call them, pitchers, and they've done a number on him tonight.
Arrieta loves it. Here's Andino. Andino has picked up a double. He is 1 for 2 in the ball game, batting in the 9 spot. The Orioles now have 7 hits in the game off Hellickson. That is the high this year against him. He gave up 7 against Minnesota on April 28th. And only in that game did he give up 7 hits. Andino down the line in right field. Michiano with a long run, and that'll be a foul ball. Don't forget the Mid-Atlantic Sports Report coming up Monday, 5:30 to 7. Tom Davis, Dave Johnson, Mel Anton, and Phil Wood. All the topics around baseball, live batting practice look-ins, a sit-down Amber Theo Harris, and Joe Madden. You can check it out 5:30 Monday on Masson.
Yeah, I saw Mel and Dave Johnson, his son, doing very well. What a great month he had. 4-1 down at Double-A Bowie.
Runner on at first base. PA with good speed. Not a big lead. 0-1 deliveries, a chopper, short. Rimyak running throw and get him. Good play. PA will move down, but there are 2 away.
Yeah, one of those nights for Hellickson. Again, here comes Joe Madden already. He's waving to everybody, getting everybody's attention. I'm going to the bullpen. But
he wants everybody. He wants the outfield to listen in. Just kidding. He wants the bullpen.
Well, again, they got into Baltimore yesterday morning at 8:30 because they had a night game, Wednesday night game, one of those airplane rides from heck. All in pajamas. They wore pajamas.
And if you go to YouTube or other sites, some of those pajama photos are now available to be seen, and you won't want to miss it. Or then again, maybe you might. Orioles chase the starter and lead 5-0. David Price in Game 2 of the series. Our coverage 6:30 with those extra. Presented by Verizon 4G LTE. Our game coverage at 7. All the access you need right here on Masson. Game 1, the Orioles have the lead tonight. An hour and 8-minute rain delay before we get it started. There's Jeremy Hellickson. There's the line. He has had a shorter start this year, but not one where he's given up more hits.
Yeah, so Adam Russell comes on. He's been pitching well as of late. Again, no runs in his last 7 appearances. They had to rebuild their bullpen. They traded Jason Bartlett for 3 relievers. Brandon Gomes now at AAA. Cesar Ramos, who's out in their bullpen, and then Adam Russell, big guy, hard thrower, fastball, slider pitcher.
28 years old and goes to work against J.J. Hardy. Hardy's had a big ball game. That leadoff homer, 2 walks. 2 runs scored and an RBI. Runner at second and 2 down. And Hardy will pop that one up first base. Kochman trying to feel it out. Will run out of room just out of his reach.
Yeah, you're in Oakland, maybe even Seattle. That's an out. That's again why
not even close to the stands.
Well, in Oakland, yeah, you'd have to. Might not even be on the warning track. In fact, you wouldn't be.
Foul ball strike and an 0-2 count on Hardy. Hardy 0 for 3 lifetime off Russell. PA at second base, and the fastball is going to miss. And a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
Well, you know, if you're Adam Russell, what the pitch is, and that's to execute a slider down and away. Hope he'll chase. You've already seen him hit a fastball for a home run. Second pitch of the game. Nope.
That one's going to miss outside. 2-2. Hardy getting his second career home run against Tampa Bay. Set a time 286 against the Rays. And then in the first inning, that second home run career off Hellickson. 2-ball, 2-strike count. Down the line again in right, and again curving, and again into the seats. Orioles 4 wins and 2 losses so far on this homestand. Wrapping up the stand with these 3 games this weekend against Tampa Bay. Showalter's team then Monday off and off to Toronto. Then coming back, but it's a road trip playing Washington, and then on interleague play to Pittsburgh. They're treating that as one road trip. all the way to the backstop, and PA couldn't see it. It hit him. It hit him. So Hardy's going to go down. So he continues perfect tonight.
Yeah, never threw the slider. Just tried to run a fastball in and probably got part of the uniform back end of it. Yep, maybe right up by the Orioles. Good place to get hit. Great in your jersey.
So Nick Markakis comes up. Hardy's on. Runners at first and second, and 2 down. Nick with a grand slam home run coming in the second inning. His 5th home run of the year, and Nick will take that for a strike. As we said, Markakis' last homer came on that game on May 15 against Tampa Bay. Andy Sonnenstein, when he delivered a homer, and the extra base hits have been shut out since then. Here's the 0-1 delivery. But tonight he comes up with a big 2-out grand slam.
Well, it's a learning lesson for Jeremy Hellickson, because again, he's a really good fastball, really good changeup, and I found the curveball, while the intent is down in the zone, you can't execute it as well as your fastball and change. It's a pitch that, it's one of those pitches, if you just throw a get me over, which is what it looked like he was doing, and you make a mistake, it gets hit hard. Where if you throw that fastball outside quarter of the plate and you miss, you get a read on the hitter. So again, that's why it seems like it's a good pitch, but as it turned out, it was a good pitch for Nick to hit.
1-2 delivery. He tried to jump on that and fouled it straight back. So Russell takes the count to a ball and 2 strikes on Markakis.
I was looking at everything today about Nick, and as you mentioned, the lack of extra base hits. Lowest pitches per plate appearance since 2006, his rookie year. More swings and misses than ever. Maybe pulling the ball a little bit more than normal. More breaking balls thrown to him. So again, you try to take the sum total, but Jim Presley said, you know what, he's going back to his spring training swing, hands back over his shoulder. And you can see he's had them all over, upright, spread out.
2-2 towards the middle. Got a force play at second, and that's where Brignac will go to get it. No runs on 1 hit, no errors. 2 are left on base. 6 complete with the Orioles up.
J. Hardy, second time this week, lead-off home run on the second pitch of the game. Nick Markakis, bases loaded, 1-0, makes it 5-0 with a grand slam home run. And Nick Arrieta saying, thank you very much. 4 strikeouts, all early tonight. Struck out the side in the third. So again, the beneficiary of a lot of run support. And this tonight, 5 in the first 2. There are the numbers. No hitter going into the 6th inning. J.J. Hardy, the leadoff, and then Markakis off to Snide as far as extra base hits.
So Orioles in good shape here as we go to the 7th inning. Jake Arrieta with the off-speed breaking ball that is in. Zobrist leading it off, the number 2 hitter. Zobrist, Longoria, and Kochman. Zobrist has grounded out, picked up a walk. 0-1 delivery, and the pitch is down low to him. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jake Arrieta looking for win number 8 against only 3 losses. He is 1-1 lifetime against the Rays. Looking for his 2nd win in that department. Here's the 1-1 delivery, and he'll miss down low with that. We want to pass along our condolences. Very good friend who works here at the ballpark, Jim Henneman, oftentimes the official scorer. His brother Chuck passed away. We extend our condolences to the family and to Jim, and know that we're thinking of you. Foul back.
Yeah, I met Jim over the years. Jim would ask you to come down, speak at a luncheon. One of the mainstays here. Boy, he's been here. Well, it seems like I've been here forever. He's been here for more than forever.
And his brother was a big Orioles fan. Chuck been involved as a fan at Memorial and here lifelong. Here's the 2-2 delivery, and that'll be taken inside.
Of course, Jim still writes. He used to write for the News American, but still writes for the press box. Saw Stan the Fan, again, one of the writers for that paper. Actually, a lot of interesting articles. They do a nice job.
A lot of diehard baseball fans involved in that.
Of course, they cover a lot of sports. Yes. All the sports, Maryland sports, and that.
That's up high, and that will be a free pass. The 3rd of the ball game, surrendered by Arrieta. Zobrist is on with a leadoff walk.
Well, it's usually the pitch count. We'd like to think it's in hand. And what about 86 tonight? So, and again, in that 7-inning game against Kansas City, he had a 30-pitch inning and then just came back and was lights out, got through 7. So again, big lead. They're trying to come back, hard to the lineup, and you get the strike thrower going out in your bullpen.
Koji O'Hara up. And the pitch is a called strike. Evan Longoria has hit into a double play and has struck out. Hitting .276 against the Orioles this year, coming into the game with 1 home run and 5 RBIs. Longoria's bat during the last month is very quiet. Joe Madden moved him into the leadoff spot for a few games to try and pick it up, and appears as though it's worked, as in the last 9 games he's hit leadoff in 3 of those. First time ever. His batting average .379 over that span, with a couple of home runs. Overall, hitting at .248.
Yeah, again, the oblique pull in the first series of the year quite set him back.
1 ball, 1 strike count. Longoria waiting on it, drives it to center. Jones has it lined up. First out of the 7th inning. Our game flow brought to you by Haynes. It's been about Jake Arrieta. Did not give up a hit until the 6th inning. Couple got on. He able to get the double play to end it, and is still working on the shutout. And Nick Markakis has delivered the grand slam home run, 2nd inning. Right now, the big blow in this ball game, 5-0 O's. J.J. Hardy with the other run on a homer in the 1st.
And again, Andino looking into the dugout to see where do I need to play. And again, it's nice to turn a double play. They've done it twice, but make sure you don't play so shallow. Constantly, of course, you know what he wants, and it's a good thought. That is, I want to be able to, if the ball's hit the shortstop, get there quick enough to turn the double play. But with a 5-0 lead, you're counting the outs here, especially in the late innings.
Casey Kochman has grounded out twice. June not so good for him so far. 4 for 21 in June. Kochman will take the pitch. It will miss, and again the count will go to 2-0 as Arrieta fallen behind hitters in the 6th inning, and again here in the 7th. He's up to 91 pitches thrown on the day. 2-0 count. Tampa Bay continuing just trying to get runners on, get that potential time run to the plate. Long way to go for it. That ground ball, Andino diving. He'll knock it down. He's got the out at first, and he gets it.
Well, there's my point right there, because Kochman's trying to again get something going. If you play too shallow and you shift over, you don't catch this ball. So again, Robert Andino learning how to play second base. He said it's almost like you're playing with your back to the infield compared to playing shortstop. But he does have good range. He has good hands. And he's done a nice job at second base with Brian Roberts, DL. Hadn't played since May 16th. And there's Willie Randolph.
Willie sets the infield, and a great infielder himself, of course. Andino watches him for the setups. And a strike taken. Runner on at second base is Zobrist. There are two down here in the seventh inning. Upton has popped out and grounded out. Average has dropped down to that 226 mark now. Still a danger with that power he's got with that whipsaw bat. That one is going to miss outside. 1 ball and 1 strike.
Well, you were talking earlier about losing Carl Crawford, and then you lose Carlos Pena, the Jason Bartlett trade. I really felt this is the one guy that really needs to step up and get back to where he was in his rookie year. To kind of replace that, because he's a multi-talented hitter.
And they've made the decision that he was the one that they thought had the most upside that they wanted to keep and grow with. And so far this year, obviously it's not been what either the ball club or B.J. Upton had hoped for to start. 1 ball, 2 strike count. Zobrist on at second. Ian Arrieta trying to work his way out of the inning. 1 was left on in the 6th in scoring position. And he will just miss outside with it. The 2 ball, 2 strike count. You get the feeling the tank needle is heading towards the E mark here.
Well, but that was a great effort, though. Just missed off the outside corner. Stayed inside and within the confines of his windup there and almost made the perfect pitch. Now I would imagine just throw him another slider, throw it right off that pitch and try to strike him out here.
2-2 delivery in the dirt. Wieters blocks it.
Now they chose a curveball. Hadn't thrown many sliders tonight. It really hadn't been that effective.
Fans applauding with the 3-2 count and 2 down. Zobrist off second base. Upton to short. And Hardy's got it. 7th inning stretch time here at Camden Yards. Brought to you by Jack Daniel's Tennessee Honey. Fly straight. Drink responsibly. Without the express written consent of the Orioles. Summer night here at Camden Yards. Gary Thorne, Jim Palmer with you. And for the Orioles, this is the kind of ball game they envision if their young starters can do the kind of job Jake Arrieta is getting done tonight.
Well, it's the perfect scenario tonight. Early runs, so you can relax. A lot of fastballs early. The double, Damon starts with a walk, and Wieters, the great eraser, he thrown out 17. Well, about 42% of the guys that have tried to steal. That gets him out of the first. Real quick second. Strikes out the side in the third. Meanwhile, Orioles have a 5-0 lead. You can't write it up any better, and I think it's all that prototype Buck Showalter bobblehead. I think that has a lot.
I think that's what did it.
You're starting to bobble.
They're going to have to put one down there.
Yep.
And keep it down there all the time.
It's all about Buck tonight.
Hardy getting the home run to lead off the bottom of the first didn't hurt, and then Nick Markakis just desperately wanting to find an extra base hit found the most extra base hit you can get.
Well, they got a hanging curveball, and there you go.
And there's the bobblehead pose right there. Right on the top step, leaning on the railing. That's where he spends most of the ball game. We go to the bottom half of the seventh inning. Adam Russell, who came on out of the bullpen to get the final out in that last inning, will stay on. Adam Jones will lead it off. He is singled. 1 for 3 in the game for the Orioles center fielder. And he'll take the pitch from Russell outside for a ball. 5-7-0 for the Orioles. 0-2-0 for the Rays. Orioles have left 6. 2 have been left on by Tampa Bay. Jones with a cut, just got enough of that to foul it off. If you joined us late, game delayed an hour and 8 minutes as a thunderstorm went through before the ball game started. And from the Orioles' perspective, thank goodness it came through when it did, and the starters hadn't warmed up at all. Down to third. That's going to be a base hit. Nothing Longoria is going to be able to do with that, and a 2-hit ball game for Jones.
Yeah, a bunt, and now a swinging bunt. Of course, the bunt was a pop fly that Hellickson couldn't grab over his head, and there you go. Boy, you make that pitch. It was a pretty good one. Longoria, he kind of body language told you about that. Been that kind of night for at least so far for the Rays.
The 20th multi-hit game for Adam Jones. 14 of those have been 2-hit ball games. He's on at first base. Leadoff man on again, and here's Vladimir Guerrero. Vladdy is singled, struck out, and grounded out. And he takes the strike. Orioles now looking to get to that double-digit mark again as far as hits are concerned. And more importantly, in doing so, get another run or so on the board. There goes Adam Jones right through the right side. Handled over there by Zobrist. Trying to hit behind him. He gets the runner down as Jones was running. Entertain clients, colleagues, and more with a custom suite package at Oriole Park. Private suites available, a lot of locations and packages. An affordable, sophisticated way for your company to make a statement. You can learn more at Orioles.com/suites or get a private tour by calling 410-547-6076. One down, bottom of the seventh inning. RBI Chance Wieters 0 for 3 in the game, and he will take it for a strike. Matt continues to be the leader in the American League with runners in scoring position, hitting an even .500 coming into the ball game. He has been number 1 all year.
That's a lot of at bats too. 42, 21 for 42. That's a. Well, maybe you can go up.
He'll pop that one up. Longoria will come over and will not have a play. Red Sox continue to win. They have beaten Toronto by a score of 5-1 in their ball game tonight. So Boston now has a 7-game win streak. The Yankees are beating Cleveland. The Yankees are 2 behind Boston. Orioles are going to get a chance to pick up a game on Toronto, the team that's directly ahead of them in the East.
Man, it's not that the Red Sox don't have some problems. Pedroia went back to Boston because of right knee problems.
Wieters will go to first base. Kochman on the 3-hopper. Takes it to the bag himself. Jones moves over to third. 2 down.
And of course they get Scudero off the disabled list, so they have somebody to plug in. I didn't realize that. I knew that, of course, Adrian Gonzalez, the reason they got him and gave him over $150 million because we saw him last year. But David Ortiz, a couple of home runs in the Yankee series, his batting average over .325 now.
Well, he's leading them in almost every offensive category.
He's having a heck of a year.
Yep.
In spite of the bat flip. And he's leading all American leaguers in the bat flip, too.
Always. He always does that, though. And nobody dares to hit him until yesterday. Here's Luke Scott. He blamed the writers. I thought that was a good one. Scott finally got plunked first time, and it was because he said the writers had all written a story about him not having been hit by a pitch this year. So right after all those stories were written,
Sabathia hit him in the left thigh, or the right thigh, I guess.
The 0-1 delivery to Scott is way inside. Luke has walked and scored, and he has grounded out twice and 0 for 2 in the ballgame.
Well, it's not a good sign for the Yankees when they can't beat the Red Sox, which has happened, 8 out of 9 times this year. And Beckett keeps out pitching Sabathia, their best pitcher.
Big bad inning last time around. They check at third, did not go around like DeMuro down there.
Of course, unless you're rooting for the Red Sox, and then you're overjoyed by that news.
Which all Red Sox fans are. Red Sox Nation, let's be politically correct. Shift is on against Scott. Right into it. Kochman. He'll go to the bag himself. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and a base runner left on. We've completed 7 at Camden Yards, and the Orioles are shutting out the Rays. Are the candidates tonight. Nick Markakis, the grand salami in this one. Jake Arrieta's out of the ball game. 7 innings, 2 hits, and no runs. And J.J. Hardy, he has hit a home run. He has walked twice and been hit by a pitch on all 4 plate appearances. Text in your vote, A, B, or C, to 51862.
So Koji comes on, and the kind of guy who's on a roll. 2 runs in his last 15 innings. Look at those right there. 5 walks. Of course, went with 34 games without giving up a walk till this year. Strikes out more than an inning. He has been hurt by the home runs, but they all have been solos. And occasionally, of course, he pitches up in the zone a lot, but again, strike throwing machine, and he'll inherit a 5-run lead here in the 8th inning.
So Kojo hard to work. Great effort by Arrieta in the 7 strong innings. Jaso coming up. He is flied out and popped out. And the pitch is taken for a strike. Second time in the year that Arrieta's left the ball game without giving up a run. He did that against Minnesota in his 4th start. He worked 6 innings, no runs, 4 hits. And in that ball game, no runner reached third base. The same is true here tonight. No runs, 2 hits in this game, and no runner reached third base in this game. He will watch now on the bench. Here's the 1-1 delivery in the air to center. Adam Jones. Jaso's retired, 1 away in the 8th. Follow the Orioles with MLB.com at Bat 2011 app for your iPhone, iPad, Android, or BlackBerry. Scores, stats, highlights, live audio, pitch-by-pitch tracking. Just text at Bat 31826 or go to Orioles.com for details. Here's Fold. He got the first hit off Arrieta. It came in the 6th inning. He led it off with a double, followed by a Cruziano single, and that has been it. in the ball game for Tampa Bay with hits. Reached for it and fouls it off, and quickly Koji's got a 2-strike count.
Yeah, the double in the infield hit, but it was the infield hit variety because there was a high chop to third that Holt couldn't advance. A big part of the fact that the Rays could not score in that 6th inning.
O'Hara with the 0-2 delivery, and he throws strikes, and he gets them.
Well, the ability to be deceptive, to throw the ball over, to repeat his windup, and then get to this pitch, the splitter. And there it is. You split the finger. The ball tumbles out, goes straight down. But it appears to be a fastball. The good one, you don't pick up the spin until it's too late.
Ruggiano will go to center field with a base hit. Justin Ruggiano not scheduled to play until Joyce couldn't make it because of the flu bug. Has picked up 2 singles in the ball game. Ruggiano, a 4-game hit streak as well. He's 2 for 3.
And he's also hit a couple of home runs in 24 bats coming in tonight. The one thing, and just about every time to the plate, it's not like Koji's not going to give you a pitch to hit. It just may look hittable and not end up being it, because it's almost like he jumps at you, comes over that front side with the best of them to have momentum to go to home plate.
Reed Brignac, number 9 hitter, is struck out and popped out. Brignac hitting at 181. 3rd hit on the board with that base hit by Ruggiano.
And he can make 88, as we look at Andy Sonnenstein. He can make 88 look about 95, as he did right there.
Bullpen of the Orioles has been outstanding the last 10 games. 4 earned runs, 34 innings. That's a 1.06 ERA. 0-1 pitch. That'll be fouled off down the left side. It has been a roller coaster ride in so many ways for the Orioles. For the games played so far, they've run off these 5-game win streaks, 5-game losing streaks. Penn's run off streaks that have been great, then not good at all. Starters have been outstanding, and then had a go through the rotation where it's been tough. It's kind of a growing pains of this team. Foul ball again by Brignac.
Well, you've also had the fact that you could back off and then go to a 4-man rotation because of off days, and then when you did have to go, Chris Jakubakis pitched 5 shutout innings. Of course, he'd been starting down at AAA Norfolk and been up and down in the bullpen, not in the bullpen.
There he is.
Yeah, there he is, Mr. Happy.
Tremendous start.
Oh, yeah. I'm so happy to be here.
Runner going, and a ground ball towards second base. Andino's got it. Will make the play. Brignac's retired. Koji O'Hara. No runs, 1 hit, no errors, and 1 left on base. Bottom of the 8th inning coming up. He could be the winning pitcher. You can stop by for officially licensed team gear, hats, t-shirts, jerseys, memorabilia, lots more. But whether it's official on-field apparel, fun, retro designs, Orioles team store has got it all. It's on Utah Street right here at Camden Yards. Koji, we talk about those who Am I done? Am I out? Am I done?
Well, I don't see anybody warming up, so the answer may be no.
Yeah.
He said, I want to run off the field that fast.
You mean I get to go back? Ooh, Dougie. He's so much fun to watch over there because he loves the game.
Sonnenstein, of course, you can see elevated ERA. Did start last Friday night in Seattle. Not a good walk because he's a control guy. Walked 5 guys and then threw 3 home runs. So they have not won in his 4 starts. He has spots started for Jeff Neiman, who is here with the Orioles. Going to do one more minor league rehab at AAA Durham and then come back to the big leagues. Neiman with back problems. So Sonnenstein coming in tonight. Lefties hit him well. Over 300 to 317.
And it'll be Reynolds leading it off. He kicked in that second inning with a double. The Orioles got runners to second and third, but then with nobody out, PA was retired on a liner, Andino on a ground ball. Hardy would walk, though. And that gave Markakis the chance, and he got the grand slam in that inning. And a 2-strike count. Sonnenstein just tries to hold it here, with the Orioles allowing only 3 hits. Arrieta a couple and 1 off Koji Uehara.
Now the Orioles haven't scored, as you mentioned, since the second inning. I'd like to add a couple here. It looks like Koji will go back out there on this warm night.
Pitch will be taken down low and a 1-ball 2-strike count. Reynolds against Sonnenstein is 0 for 2.
Yeah, for Mandy, it's going to be a lot of cutters and change-ups and curveballs and maybe 87. Might hit that on the gun. It's a master of trying to change speeds.
And Reynolds is retired. Sonnenstein the strikeout. Every Orioles walk, Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield contributes $50 to the Living Classrooms Foundation. 185 walks, $9,250. Care First Blue Cross Blue Shield encourages each of us to take that first step towards a healthier and more active lifestyle. 17,900 on hand tonight. 17,900 at Camden Yards for the opener of this 3-game set. And the Orioles are going to be going after a shutout. Felix PA is singled 1 for 3 in the ball game. PA getting the start in left field. 1-0 delivery will be popped up to third. Longoria. Some stories today, including one from Ken Rosenthal at Fox, that the Orioles are one of a couple of teams interested in Bill Hall. He is a second baseman who's been released by the Astros. He wasn't having much of a year, hitting only .224, .272 slugging, .340 on base. But the report was the Orioles, the Nationals, and maybe even the Yankees were taking a look. The Orioles, because of Brian Roberts' injury, and the other 2 ball clubs as a backup super utility player.
They had a nice year. A lot of home runs for the Red Sox last year. First year in the American League.
He's 31 years old. $3 million salary being hauled in from Houston, though it would be pro-rated for any ball club if they did get him.
Well,
pitch is taken up high.
In the meanwhile, you do get to see if Robert Andino is going to be able to be a utility guy, because you know he can play shortstop. Did a terrific job early on when Hardy was out with the oblique. He can play a little bit of third. He can play the outfield. He can play second. Just got to figure out how to hit these righties.
1-1 delivery to him, and that is down low.
And that's a good way right there. Pitcher's pitch early in the count. Lay off it.
He has doubled in 3 at-bats. And Andino hitting at .262. 2 down, bottom of the 8th inning. Andy Sonnenstein's delivery. That will catch the outside corner and even the count up. Starter Jeremy Hellickson, 5 runs, 7 hits, 5 2/3, pitcher of record for the Rays. Arrieta, no runs, 2 hits, 7 innings. On the books right now for the Orioles. And that is way down low, bouncing up on Jaso, and it's a 3-ball, 2-strike count.
Brandon Snyder just called up because of the bereavement. Derek Lee, and then tonight's starting pitcher.
Here's the 3-2 delivery to Andino. And he waited on that one. Double clutched right field. Ruggimeo's not going to get it. He started in and it went over his head. Ruggiano Did a circling motion on that one. He came in, then realized it was going to carry, and it's a double for Andino.
Like we said, they play very shallow, so if you don't get a good read, and he doesn't, hanging curveball and just slice the other way, and it does carry. So again, the lack of a good read allows a couple of extra base hits now for Robert Andino, just over. Maybe grazed the glove and play right in front of him. You don't need Wayne Kirby to tell you to keep going.
That's his 9th 2-hit ball game and 2 doubles in the game tonight. J.J. Hardy, another RBI chance. And he's going to get it into left field. Maybe hit it too hard. Fold up. Runner has to be held. Hit the cutoff man. He stunned that one. And Hardy, 5 plate appearances and 5 times on. A homer, a single, 2 walks, and hit by a pitch.
Yeah, he just waited for that little slurve, whatever you want to call it, and he's all over it. And then Oriole third base coach John Russell says, wait a minute, I know where fold plays. No way, even with Andino's speed, you're going to attempt to score. Not with Markakis coming up already with a grand slam. He did everything right, got a good secondary lead, and you can see John putting the brakes on him.
John Russell back out there coaching. The bad knees have kept him out of the third base box for a while. He and Willie Randolph are switching places as bench coach, third base coach. Nick Markakis, another RBI chance. Good block made, Jay said. Nick with a grand slam in the second inning. He's 1 for 4 in the ball game. He has had a home run off Sonnenstein, one of them in his career. 7 for 25. Orioles now have reached the double-digit mark. 5 runs and 10 hits. Markakis in the air to left center field. Upton going back. Upton's not going to get it. That ball's going to die right up against the wall. That will score Andino and Hardy. It's a double, and the Orioles have a 7-0 lead. And Markakis 2 extra base hits in this one.
And 6 RBIs. Came in with 19 in 62 games in 1 game. Again, we said Zobrist had 10 in 1 game earlier in the year. So right here, this is the Nick Markakis Oriole fans know and love. A double machine. They play him to right center. Upton can't get it. Fold playing shallow can't get it. And here they come all the way from first. J.J. Hardy to make it 7-0.
You know, a very big night for Nick Markakis, a career high 6 RBIs.
Might even get a smile.
Slam, yeah.
Might even get a smile out of Nick.
7-0 lead. Verligo back into the seats off the bat of Jones. Adams going for a 3-hit ball game. He's got 2 singles. Michael Gonzalez up with the Orioles leading it 7-0. And Hardy, a big night, has scored 3 times, 5 times on. That's in that leadoff spot. Here's the 0-1 delivery, and that's going to be taken down low for a ball. One ball, 1 strike count. Markakis on at second. Grounded down to third. Longoria will pick it up, make the running throw over to first, and get the out. But the Orioles have a big bottom of the 8th as they add a couple more runs on 3 hits, leaving 1 on. We go to the 9th, 7-0. By Southwest Airlines. Find our fares online only at southwest.com. So the Orioles looking for a combined shutout as we go to the ninth inning. O's up 7-0.
And Michael Gonzalez comes on last appearance last Sunday, an inning, scoreless inning against Toronto. So, you know, he said it's kind of a double-edged sword. He said, I'd like to pitch. I feel like I can pitch better when I do pitch. But for the Orioles, when he pitched out on the West Coast, he really struggled. 7 earned runs, 7 2/3 innings. So, you know, trying to quiet everything down, be more direct with his windup. It's really not about the stuff. It's about the command of it. So we'll see what he has going on tonight. And you make a good point that the Orioles need 3 outs with a 7-run lead.
Orioles have shut out Tampa Bay once this year. Tampa Bay has been shut out only 3 times. And of late, couple. They were shut out by Texas 3-0 on June 1, and Seattle shut them out 7-0 on June 3rd. The Orioles had the 6-0 win in their ball game in which Bergeson beat Davis. So the Orioles looking to shut them out for the 2nd time this year. It would be the Orioles' 5th shutout as a team and the 2nd during this homestand. They shut out Oakland 4-0 in the Jakubowski start. They have shut out Tampa Bay, Minnesota, and Texas. 2-ball, 2-strike count. 9th inning, top of the order, Johnny Damon. A walk, a ground ball out, and hit into a double play. A big play in the 6th inning. The only inning in which Tampa Bay threatened to score. 2-2, foul ball. Let's update you on the voting for the AT&T Player of the Game. Here's what the results look like so far. Nick Markakis, Jake Arrieta, J.J. Hardy, your choices. Text A, B, or C to 51862. Results on the O's Extra post-game show. Gonzalez with a 2-2. Damon will loop it to right. Markakis right there.
Yeah, bad pitch, good result. Didn't get that slider where he wanted. Johnny Damon lines it into right field, but an out's an out. He'll take it. Just need 2 more now.
That will bring up Zobrist. He's had 2 walks, and he's grounded out. Arrieta waiting to see if he gets his 8th win to tie for the league lead in wins with 8. Hellickson would take the loss and be 7-4. The Orioles are trying to beat that starter for the first time. He came in 3-0 lifetime, including 2-0 this year. And that is a strike taken.
Well, Arrieta, I think this is something about how this club has improved, even though we would like to be better than it is that Jeremy Guthrie won in the 8th game. That was the first time anybody did it last year, all the way to August 29th. What gives you an idea how tough wins were in 2010 for the O's.
Orioles with a chance to gain again on that 500 mark. The victory would make them 30-31. Try and get to 500 and move on from there again. And that's inside.
You'll have your work cut out tomorrow night when David Price takes the mound. Brian Mattis, of course, coming off a win.
Thought that tonight against Hellickson.
Actually, it's Guthrie tomorrow night, isn't it? Yeah, poor Guth.
But they got 5 runs in this one in the first 2 innings, and they've been doing that. They had not done much of that in the year. They were in last place in the majors in runs scored in the first and second innings. But here in this homestand, they have picked it up and gotten the early leads. 2-ball, 2-strike count on Zobrist, who steps out. Night game tomorrow night. Orioles looks like they'll have a shot to win, guarantee themselves a series win tomorrow night if they can hold on to this 7-0 lead. Three-2 delivery, and walking. So Zobrist is on with his 3rd walk. One away in the 9th, and that will bring up Longoria, who's 0 for 3. Double play strikeout, and he's flied out. Longoria with a .246 average. Scott will hold the bag at first, loosely so. And the pitch is taken down low for a ball.
Okay, and the radar gun tells you it's not about arm strength like it was last year. And he was like 87, maybe 88. It's just about, can you repeat your windup? Can you stay in a direct line to home plate? Can you throw quality strikes? And the answer, and there's a changeup.
And while the Orioles may be ahead 7-0, and this is kind of viewed as a mop-up role, these are important innings for Gonzalez if he's going to gain the confidence of his manager.
Well, that was my point to him, and I said, you have to understand where they're coming from is that they would love to have you pitch if you pitch well. Now, otherwise, you have to subjugate yourself for the good of the team and, get your chances and hope that you can stay sharp enough. And the answer is that that's difficult to do for him or anybody. Some guys can do it better.
And Butch Showalter was ready to leave Koji O'Hara in the ballgame for a second inning, but when they got the other 2 runs, he wants to give Gonzalez a chance. 3-0 delivery, and a strike is called. Longoria trying to draw the walk.
Just a high strike hadn't been called a whole lot. They get that one.
3-1 delivery. That'll be down to third. Reynolds will make the play over to first base, and he threw it away. And it goes into the seats, and the runners will take an extra base. So Zobrist will go to third. Error on Reynolds, and Longoria goes down to second base.
Yeah, he drops his arm a lot, and again, he finally gets to throw a strike. Great vantage point right here. The ball hits right out in front of home plate. It's almost like he didn't get it in the web of the glove. But again, you drop your arm, and when you do, sometimes you'll get under it, and that ball tails. Oh no, right in the web, and just gets under it. It tails. Scott can't catch it.
12th error charged on Mark Reynolds. And it puts 2 in scoring position in the 9th inning with 1 away for Casey Kochman. Kochman 0 for 3 in the ballgame. Gonzalez gets it in 0-2.
Boy, if you could just recapture that feeling, whatever that felt like for Michael Gonzalez, if he could do it again. 94 on the outside corner. Pretty tough to do much with that.
Here's the 0-2 delivery to him. That's hit to third. Caught. Double play. No.
Yeah, great effort by Mark Reynolds trying to atone for the throwing error. And then Zobrist nowhere to go. 7 runs down. There he's getting his lead right here. Oh. He goes and then just gets back. Of course, there we go. Thought he was going to tag it with a glove.
Had the ball in his other hand.
Yeah, but he was able to get that right hand.
The Orioles still have a chance at a shutout. 2 down. Here's Upton. 2 away. 9th inning. O's lead at 7-0. They've held Tampa Bay to 3 hits. Almost threw it away. Koji O'Hara worked an inning, a strikeout and a hit. Arrieta, 7 innings, 2 hits, 3 walks, 4 strikeouts. Runners off second and third. Zobrist and Longoria. Upton will take the pitch. Strike on the outside corner.
Yeah, Upton only a .204 hitter against left-handed pitching with 1 of his 8 home runs.
Here's the 1-1 delivery. Bear in mind, the Orioles pitchers are doing this against this Tampa Bay team that has the 19-13 record on the road and averages over 5 runs a game on the road. And just in case, Greg is up. 2 ball, 1 strike count, 2 down. Just got that one.
Yeah, you can see the pitch. I mean, other than command issues, the pitch that gets Michael Gonzalez into trouble is the slider. He can't stay behind it to get on top of it, so it doesn't really have much tilt to it, much break. And over the course of what I've seen this year, that's the pitch that gets not only the walks, but it's a pitch that really gets him into trouble.
Arrieta, the starter, could be the winner waiting. He's going to go 8-3 if he gets it. Here's the 2-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 down, and 2 on. Zobrist got the walk. He's at second. At third, Longoria rather reached on the error. He's at second base. Longoria getting a big walk off there at second. Orioles playing D here to get the out. 3-2 delivery, and the bases are loaded. So 2 walks and an error have loaded the bases in the 9th. Mark Connor, the pitching coach, is going to come out. Jaso, the catcher, due up.
Yeah, slider that just stays around the corner.
Sean Rodriguez is going to be the pinch hitter.
Yeah, so you get about 100 extra points. Rodriguez hitting over 300 against left-handed pitching. Jaso, not a lot of at-bats, but John down in the 200 range. 3 for 14.
Well, Mark Connor has his say, and this is something Buck Showalter did not want to have to do, is to get Greg up and throw in a 7-0 ball game in the 9th inning. The walk to Zobrist at third, the error Longoria at second, the walk Upton at first. Here is Rodriguez, pinch hitting with 2 down.
An awfully good fastball hitter.
And he will take it for a strike. 0 for 2 as a pinch hitter this year. Good average with the bases loaded. Hitting only .208 on the season. The 0-1 delivery to him. Strike on the inside corner. 0-2.
Yeah, perfect pitch inside corner. So 1 strike away from getting out of this jam. There's the target. There's the pitch. Close enough, apparently.
.28 pitches thrown by Gonzalez. 0-2 delivery. Just missed inside and a 1-ball, 2-strike count.
See, my point out on the West Coast when he was really struggling is it's very difficult to go one way, which is towards their dugout, and throw the ball back to home plate. You just have to stay closed long enough to stay behind your pitches.
1-2 delivery. Rodriguez will take it, and he's gone, and this one is over.
Well, Gary, that low strike all night, it's been a pitch that Jim Reynolds called, and that's how Michael Gonzalez able to get